If everybody can take a seat, we're going to begin with a prayer. JT.
Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, as we bow tonight, we want to thank you for this day you've given us. Lord, we just want to thank you for your mercy and grace. Heavenly Father, as we come together tonight, we just pray that everything that is done and said here, you get honor and glory for. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here. Lord, I pray you bless each and every one who's here. For the candidates that are going to be speaking tonight, Lord, John and Perry, I lift them up to you, and I pray your blessings on both of them. And Heavenly Father, I just pray that no matter which way this election goes, you keep them both humble. And Heavenly Father, that they might be able to serve and represent you. Lord God, I just pray for this nation. I thank you for the 250th year we celebrated. Heavenly Father, I just pray you continue to bless us. Lord God, I pray for our troops. I pray for our president. Lord, I lift them all up to you, and I just pray that you would continue to bless us and take care of us. Lord, we thank you for Jesus Christ, your Son, that died on the cross for our sins. But Father, we ask this in the blessed holy name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Could you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We are so lucky that the VFW allows us to use this space, and I want everybody to give a warm welcome to Jeff Eby. He's going to tell us a little bit about what's happening here at the VFW.
Thank you. Hey, it's great for y'all to be here. We really enjoy hosting these events. We've done a couple here, and we really enjoy having y'all out. We do a lot here at the VFW, and I talked to somebody a few minutes ago, and they said, we didn't even know where the VFW was. I'm thinking, what? But so we're trying to change that, and we do a lot of stuff that we invite the public to. On Monday nights, we do bingo. We have a great time in here on Monday nights. It's free bingo. If you're interested in that, come on Monday night. On Wednesday night, we do the trivia back in the bunker back there, and we have a good crowd, and that's really fun. And then Thursday night, and I've had some questions about this, we do line dancing lessons. So we have a teacher up here, and we'll have 40, 50 people doing line dancing, and they teach different line dancing, and it's really fun. And then we'll have a band come in after that, and then you can practice everything that you've learned. And then Friday night we do karaoke, and then we have a band on Saturday night. So we've got something going on just about every night of the week. Of course, Saturday we had our huge event, and it was a very, very successful. We had a lot of people up here, a lot of visibility. Our fireworks was great. We had 5 different bands playing in here. We moved it inside, and thank goodness, because it was so hot, and everybody was glad that we moved inside. We have craft vendors all through here, and it was a really good time. And of course, before that, we had the wall event, which was really good, really moving, and we really enjoyed that. We had a great crowd of people coming out and really pay tribute to that. And so we were so thankful we were able to do that. So if you have any questions about the VFW, just come ask me. Also, the bartender wanted me to tell you, they're going to shut the door because we got some ladies back there playing bunco tonight, and sometimes they can get loud. So we're going to shut those doors. If you want anything, just walk around to the other area over there called the bunker, and they can help you with food, drinks, or whatever. So thank you again for coming, and good to see y'all here. Thank you.
Just some reminders before we get started. Early voting starts in 10 days. It runs from Friday, July 17th through Saturday, August 1st. You can early vote at the library or at the Election Commission office in Charlotte every day of early voting. The times will be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, 8:30 to 3:30. Thursdays, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And on Saturdays, 8 to 11. You can review the ballot by going to the Dixon County Election Commission's webpage. And if you're not sure where you vote or what district you live in, you can go to Tennessee Voter Registration Information Lookup, which there's a link on our Dixon County Election Commission's page. You want to make sure you develop a plan to vote and encourage others to vote. This is the first time Dixon County will be voting for a Republican mayor. So we're hoping that every person who is a Republican gets out and votes for Danny Williams, as well as all of our other candidates that are running as Republicans. We're going to take the time to let them come up and introduce themselves, the ones that are here this evening, and I hope I got all of you. Jerry Baker is running for School Board District 2. If you don't know where District 2 is, you can look it up on the Dixon County Election Commission's page.
I just want to say thank you to the VFW, and thank you to the men and women who have supported this country, fought for this country. I just want to say this is the GOP. We are the Republican Party. We work together. Let's work together. Whoever wins this election coming up in this primary, let's support them, let's encourage them. I want to say thank you. I'm very humbled and honored to represent you for the Dixon County School Board. I am running for Dixon County School Board District 2. I look forward to working with the members of the school board to help our students have a better education in our public schools. But then, just thank you so much. Again, let's get out and support our Republican candidates. So thank you very much.
We have two other Republicans running for school board. Philip Chadwick is running for School Board District 4, and Aaron Parker is running for School Board District 6. Philip Chadwick does have an independent opponent, so if you are living in Philip Chadwick's district, please make sure you get out and vote for him. Our county commissioners that are with us, county commissioner candidates that are with us tonight: Kenny McAllister for District 2.
Thank you all for having me. I appreciate being here. Most of you in this room know who I am, so I'm not going to go down a long road of trying to explain that. I've hit on a lot of doors. I do want to just, since I'm up here and I got the mic, I want to encourage everybody to get out and try to encourage your friends, your families, your neighbors, and everybody to vote. Most of the people I'm going and talking to, they have no idea that there's actually a primary in Dixon County. They may not even go back and vote again in August. So make sure we try to protect this conservative values that we all have. Get out there, vote for the R. I'm very honored to have the R beside my name. Like I say, encourage everybody that you know, talk to everybody you know, because a lot of them just don't know that we have another ballot to be on to be able to get in there. Thank you.
Gives me the great opportunity. We have in the back of the room Proud to Vote signs with our Dixon County Republican Party logo, as well as the dates of the two elections coming up, August 6th and in November. So if you want one of those in your yard, please grab one before you leave. Dennis O'Shea is with us from, he's running in District 3, County Commissioner.
Yeah, I'm Dennis O'Shea. I'm not a politician, never thought I would be until I saw some things happening that I wanted to get involved in. So I am running for County Commissioner for District 3. I'm a retired fire captain, retired Navy chief, and now a farmer and business owner here in Dixon. Like Kenny said, I was in Van Leer today and people thought that the election was already over. So make sure you tell your friends that there is a general election coming up and get out and vote. And if you are in District 3, look me up. I do have cards with me. Ask me any questions you might have. I'd love to talk to people and get out there and let you know who I am so you can feel comfortable with your vote. And vote for Dennis O'Shea. Let's keep the country, huh?
Joey Wang from District 4. All three of these gentlemen, Kenny, Dennis, and Joey, they do have opponents who are running as independents.
Thank y'all for having us out here tonight. I hate to sound redundant, but the most important thing right now is just getting everybody out to vote. The Dixon primary, my district had less than 10% people show up to vote that are registered. So just again, talking to our neighbors, talking to our friends, getting them to talk to their neighbors, their friends, and to keep the Republican Party in control and everything else, we've got to get out and vote. And that's the biggest, weakest link that I'm seeing right now. Thank you.
Jody Britt from District 8.
Just like to thank the people that put this on, and I'm running unopposed this time, so I'm fortunate in that area. And I do want to say that I agree with what the candidates before me have said. This primary has confused a lot of people, and there are a lot of people that think the election's already over. So make sure that you get out, talk to your neighbors, your friends, and make sure they get out and vote. That's going to be very important. I'm just shocked at how many people don't understand that the election's still going on. So have them get out and vote.
And then Danny Williams, who's running for county mayor, is with us this evening.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you for putting this on, the local Republican Party. So I'm very honored to be the first mayor nominee of the Republican Party. It's definitely been an honor. So I want to thank all of you that got out and supported us in May. It's very important. I'm very honored to be before you, and hopefully can earn the vote of Dickson County to be the next Dickson County Republican mayor. So I'm not going to go through a whole lot. I tell people we've been out traveling across Dickson County since December, and I feel like I've told the same story so much that I'm tired of telling it. I'm sure you are tired of hearing it. But thank you all for coming out tonight, and it truly is an honor to be here, and thank all of you for coming out again. So thank you.
As most of you probably know, Danny has 3 opponents that are running, all running as independents, and voting records indicate that 2 of them are definitely Democrats. So we want to make sure that we elect somebody who is a Republican and is also willing to say he's a Republican and stand up for our party and for our values. You know, it is confusing when we go to the election in August because we're looking at 2 different elections. We're looking at the general election, which you just met our candidates, and then we're looking at a primary election. And we know that we have 3 Republican candidates running for governor, Marsha Blackburn, Monty Fritz, and John Rose. So we have to make decisions about who we're going to vote for. So do your best to be educated about those 3 individuals to make sure that when you cast your vote, you're voting for the best Republican, because we want to continue having a Republican governor, but we want the best Republican governor. Also running in the primary, unopposed, will be Senator Bill Hagerty for the Senate, and then Congressional District 7, we have Matt Van Epps, who's running unopposed, and Kerry Roberts, our state senator, is also running unopposed. In our state executive committee to the Republican Party, Alex Joyner and Mary Ann Parks are both running unopposed. I'm going to ask Mary Ann to come up and tell us what the state executive committee is. Because a lot of people don't know what that is. You're going to go in to vote and you're going to say, well, who are these people and what am I voting for? I put her on the spot. I didn't tell her I was going to have her do this.
Well, at least that's one of those. Okie dokie. So the State Executive Committee is the governing body for the Tennessee Republican Party. So that means there are 33 Senate districts in Tennessee, and from that you elect 1 man and 1 woman. So there'll be 33 men, 33 women. That's the governing body. We passed the bylaws, we hired the chairman, that do those kind of things. And then mainly it's outreach to our counties to try and, keep them growing, have meetings, just try to grow the party as much as we can. So in our district, it is Robertson, Cheatham, Hickman, Humphreys, Dixon, and part of Montgomery. And Larry Hillis has been my partner for the last 4 years, but he's got an elderly mother-in-law to take care of, so now Alex has stepped up, and we're both running unopposed, so we like our chances.
Alex, do you want to come up or just stand up and wave so they know who you are? Today I received a text message from Jody Barrett, and he said, "What do you want me to do tonight?" And I said, "Be prepared to give a 3 to 5 minutes speech." And then I thought, that's really not fair. He's running for office as well. So Jody, can you please come up, take what time you need to tell us why you continue to be the best candidate for District 69?
All right, good evening. How is everybody? All right, good. We'll get some energy going in here. I am Jody Barrett. I am currently the state representative for the 69th House District, and I am running unopposed in this primary, but I will have a Democrat an opponent in November, so we'll be looking forward, hopefully, to have all of you helping push me across the finish line later as we get into that. You probably noticed that I've intentionally kind of laid low this summer. I've tried to not put any signs out or get involved in promoting my race because I want to not step on the toes of the gentlemen that are here tonight or the county mayor's race and try to make sure that they have the full spotlight. So you probably won't see anything going out for me until after Labor Day. I'm going to wait until we get into October, November, and then we'll push hard there at the end. So Mary made a crucial mistake when I walked in this evening. She just told you that she gave me 3 to 5 minutes, but then when I walked in, she was apologetic, and she says, "Well, really what I meant to say is just take all the time you need." So we'll do that. Give a lawyer and a politician a microphone, you never know what you're going to get. So I thought it was appropriate tonight, before we have John and Perry come up and go through this process, which I've been through several times now. Did a lot last summer with the congressional race. I think we had 26 or 7 candidate forums. And so before I get started talking about what I'm going to talk about, I really want to make sure that everybody here gives them the gratitude and expresses their thanks for these guys putting themselves in this position, because this is hard. What they're doing, having to run in 2 counties, having to answer all these questions, go knock on doors, put signs out, organize a team, raise money, the hardest thing to do, it's difficult. And these guys should be applauded for stepping forward and putting themselves on the line for you guys to be able to judge them in everything they do. So please give them a round of applause. So why am I the best candidate for the 69th district? I just told Mayor Ryle when I walked by, I said, may not be the best, but I'm the only one. Maybe the best thing I got going for me. Last summer, as I ran for the congressional seat that was vacated by Mark Green, one of the 10 opponents that I had in that primary had a tagline that he used quite a bit, saying that he was the most effective legislator on the ballot. And that had a dual purpose, right? It was self-promotional, but also it was a pejorative. I was just coming off of a session where all of my legislation was being blocked and I was being punished and kind of shown who's the boss in Nashville. So I understood what he was saying whenever he said that. And then this summer, I've heard it said that, maybe we need a better politician, or Jody's not a good politician. Whoever we get in this other seat, we need to make sure they're a better politician than Jody. So I thought, well, let's talk for a few minutes about what makes a good politician? What makes an effective legislator? And since I have the microphone, I get to do it, and you have to listen to me. There are three things that I think go together. There's core competencies, there's character and ethics, and then there's political and interpersonal skills. And there's a reason I put that last. So I'm going to start with the core competencies, and there's three of them. First thing is decision making. In order to have somebody be a good or effective legislator or a good politician, you have to have the ability to digest, comprehend, and weigh complex information. Mayor Ryle can tell you, not everything's black and white. In fact, almost nothing is black and white. It's all gray. And there's nuance to everything that we're dealing with, particularly in the legislative side of things, when something as simple as the location of where a comma is and how a bill is written can have a big impact on things. So being able to understand that, have the intellectual ability to digest that and do it quickly in a rapid, pressure-filled situation is important. Being able to make informed decisions, not just going off half-cocked and saying that you believe this or you're going to do this without knowing all of the facts. That's important. And then being able to stand by the choices that you make, defend your choices, defend your votes, defend your stances, and be able to do it in a way that people will understand and appreciate. Number two, good communication and active listening. Obviously, public speaking is part of this. It doesn't come naturally to a lot of us, but the more you do it, the better you get at it. More importantly, maybe though, is active listening. Being able to listen to your constituents, understand their needs, what it is they're actually telling you that they want you to do, and then when you get to Nashville, remembering what those conversations were. You must be able to convey your vision and explain complex issues to a big group where some people may understand what it is you're talking about. Judge Creasy and I could have an in-depth conversation about certain areas of the law that maybe other people in the room don't have any experience with that. You have to be able to have that conversation with everybody, no matter where they are on that spectrum. And then finally, you have to be able to, and I mentioned this earlier, but you have to be able to defend your votes and your position. So once you land on a position, where you stand on something, whether that's school vouchers or abortion bills or whatever the case may be, you have to be able to have those conversations, not only be able to do it, but be willing to do it. Go and meet people where they are, talk to them face to face, shake their hand, press the flesh, stand there, take the criticism, and then be able to respond and say, okay, I understand where you're coming from, but this is why I feel the way I feel, this is why I voted the way I vote. You have to be able to do that. And then finally, strategic thinking. Are you a proactive person or a reactive person? Reactive people are constantly chasing their tail. You have to be proactive. You have to have a vision and a point B that you're trying to get to from point A where you are today, and a plan for how you're going to do that. You have to have the capacity to plan for that future. You have to have problem-solving skills. And it's not enough just to be a problem identifier. Everybody in this room can name 10 things that's wrong with state government. Probably name 100 things that's wrong with state government. But it's not enough to identify the problem. You have to come up with a solution for it too. Then you have to be able to sell that solution to at least 49 other people to get the votes that you need to get a bill passed. And then finally, you have to be able to adapt to changing circumstances, because it's shifting sand. What you think is the situation today, whether that's the situation with the law or the situation with politics or the situation with interpersonal relationships that you have, people that you think are friends or enemies today will be friends or enemies on the other side tomorrow. And so you have to be able to be quick to adjust and adapt to that. The second area of this is character and ethics. And this is kind of big for me. This is something that I hang my hat on. And there's three sections to this: integrity and honesty. Be ethical, be truthful, be trustworthy. That's key in everything we do, whether it's business, whether it's in your family, in your church, whoever you're dealing with. Be ethical, truthful, trustworthy. As an Eagle Scout, I've had that hammered in my head since I was 8, 9 years old. Build and maintain public trust. Outside attacks are going to come. When that happens, like last year, and there's all this outside money trying to define who I am, That didn't penetrate here in this county because I've built that public trust and you know who I am. So you candidates, that's gonna be your task. Build that public trust. You have to win the election, but once you win the election, you have to start building that public trust. Build relationships and earn respect among colleagues, staff, lobbyists, media. Once you get in there, it's not enough to be liked at home. You also have to be able to operate up there. I've found out that's harder than I thought. But you don't stop trying, and you don't stop making the effort just because you run into a brick wall on day one. That gets into some of the other stuff I'm going to talk about. Humility is a big thing. Having self-awareness is extremely rare. There are so many people that are not self-aware of their own issues, their own deficiencies. I am nothing if not that. Self-deprecation is one of my key weapons. I can pick on me better than anybody else. So if you want to call me fat or bald or short, whatever the case may be, I've got all those jokes. So I can tell them for myself. Recognize blind spots, acknowledge weaknesses, and check your ego. It's not about you guys. It's about the people that you represent. And it's not about advancing you or your political career or your reputation. It's about doing what's right. And if you're always trying to do that, the other part will take care of itself. Let others win. That's what humility is about. It's not about if I get a bill passed or if my name's on it. It's about even intentionally giving good bills or good wins, political wins to other people to build them up. Because that's how you build relationships and trust. When you humble yourself and you allow somebody else to take credit for something and get that credit, pat them on the back, they'll remember that and they'll return that favor later. Put common good above personal gain. Again, I come back to this time and time again. The reason we're serving, the reason that we run for this office, think about that today while you're sitting in this chair before you come up here to answer these questions. If you haven't had this internal debate already, have it sometime between now and election day. Why are you doing this? Why do you want this so bad? Why do you want to serve in this capacity? And once you rest on what that why is, remember that. Don't ever forget it. Whether you're up there 2 years or 20 years, always remember why you decided to get into this, because too many people forget that. They forget the reason, the good cause, the service part of this that drove them to do something for their community. And then finally, authenticity. It's really hard for some people, but you have to be real. People know when you're faking it. And the harder you try to fake it, the worse it is. The easier it is to tell. So just be real. Be you. I went to a candidate event last night, congressional debate in the 9th district. And one of the candidates was reading his answers. He had pre-prepared notes and he just kept looking down. And I told him afterwards, I was like, man, you're gonna have to throw those notes away. Just be who you are. Talk to these folks like you're gonna talk to them at the coffee shop, like you're sitting on their front porch, not with canned responses. Be real, be you, be who you are. Be relatable. Let the mask down. Let people see that you're not perfect, because trust me, we all know you're not. I know I'm not. So stay in touch with ordinary people too. That's important to me. That's why I come home every day from Nashville. I don't stay up there. I want to be in the community. I want to go to the coffee shop in the morning. I want to go pick up my laundry or my dry cleaning, talk to Charlie. I want to be here with the people that I represent so I get that feedback. If you always do that, you'll always be in good shape. And don't promote people or policies you don't like, you don't support, or you don't understand. Again, that goes back to being real. People know when you're faking it. Be real, be who you are, support the things that you truly believe in, and the people that you truly believe in. And finally, guys, just don't tell people what they want to hear. Tell them the truth. Sometimes that's hard. Sometimes you get backlash as a result of it. You get criticism. But you'll never be wrong by telling people the truth. It'll never hurt you. Last category is this, political and interpersonal skills. Mary, again, you gave me the open clock here, so, but I'm gonna wrap this up. 3 things about political and interpersonal skills that are important. Collaboration and negotiation. You have to be able to build relationships, bridge divides. Some people, that's hard with. But if you keep trying, you keep trying, you keep trying, eventually it's gonna turn around. So don't give up on people. Find principled compromises without sacrificing core beliefs. Again, be real, believe in the things that you believe in, don't fake it. Don't sacrifice your core principles just because you think that's what other people want you to do. The voters will recognize that. Have empathy for others. You know, in my line of work for 26 years as an attorney, I meet people a lot of times in the worst situation of their life. And you have to be able to possess the compassion that it takes to understand where citizens are coming from, where they're feeling, what they're dealing with. Particularly when they call you up and leave you nasty voicemails telling you how awful you are and what a terrible human being you are. You have to understand where those people are coming from. If you can look past that anger and get to what it is that they're truly dealing with, then you can have empathy for the situation that they're in. Look past the criticism and then try to help them get to a solution. You have to possess that authentic desire to improve the quality of life of people. Again, what's your why? Why are you doing this? Do you really want to try to help people, or are you just trying to climb some ladder? Always remember why you ran, who you actually work for. Those 2 things go hand in hand. When you remember why you're doing this, then you'll always remember who it is that you're doing it for. Is it for the people in your district that you represent, or is it people somewhere else, or in some group, or off in DC, or wherever it is? Remember who you work for and who votes for you. And then finally, resilience. You have to have the endurance to navigate high-stress environments. You have to have the maturity to handle criticism when somebody tells you you're not a good politician. The maturity and the grit and will to overcome setbacks and keep pushing forward, because trust me, they're coming. Wins don't come easily. You have to fight for them. And like the old Timex commercials, you have to be able to take a lick and keep on ticking. If you can do that, all of these things together, or at least some semblance thereof, you can be an effective politician. Being considered a good politician is not something that has ever been a life goal of mine. I don't know that there's many people in the room that ever woke up one day and said, you know what I need in my life? I need a good politician. But I tell you what I have tried to do. I tried to be a good husband. Definitely done that. Tried to be a good father, a good son, a good brother, a good businessman, a good business partner, a good member of the community. And I would submit that all of these things, these characteristics that I suggested that it takes in order to be a good politician or an effective legislator, you need all those to be a good husband, a good father, a good son or a brother, or a good businessman too. So if you find the person in your community that has those things and is already doing it in their personal life, chances are they're probably going to be okay as a politician too. I'm not perfect, guys. Lord knows that's true. But I feel like I'm doing okay in my personal life, and I'm going to keep working for you real hard in the 69th District. Thank you all for giving me a few minutes to talk about this tonight. Appreciate it.
So Mayor Ryle is going to be our moderator. We gave him a series of questions. I believe there were 20 plus. He's added a couple more. But I told him to tweak them, pick the ones that he felt were most important. And now I'm going to turn, and I want it to be a little bit more comfortable than some that we've done in the past. So I've talked to John and to Perry and said, you know, if Perry gives the answer, and John was going to repeat it, you don't have to say the same thing and take 3 minutes to say exactly what the other one just said. Both Republicans, I'm assuming you have a lot of the same core values, and that's why we're here. But at the same time, I know you're gonna have some differences. So I wanna be able to hear those, but I don't want us to spend so much time repeating each other. So we're not using a timer, got it more like a conversation, and Mayor Ryle is gonna act as our moderator. So gentlemen, if you would join us on the stage.
If any of you are over 50 years old, which I don't know if there's many here, I'm not going to ask, you would probably remember Johnny Carson watching that late night, and that periodically he would have his questions, and they were hermetically sealed in a mayonnaise jar on Pumpkin Wagon's front porch. Apparently y'all don't remember that, so but us people my age remember watching Johnny Carson. These have not been sealed that way, but they were printed this afternoon, and we're going to hit these. We've got several different questions, but we're going to go through it where we go 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1. That way everybody gets to go first, everybody gets to go last on this. So we will start this process right now. I'll try to use my outdoor voice or stand near this microphone. But initially, I'm going to start here and on the right, we'll move to the left. Please introduce yourself and tell us what the big issues are that convince you that you need to run for office that will impact the 69th district.
Hello, everyone. I'm John Llewellyn. I see a lot of familiar faces out there, but for those of you that aren't familiar with myself, real quick, a little bit about my background. I have a background in law enforcement. After I got my undergrad from the University of Cincinnati, I served in a large sheriff's office outside of Cincinnati for 8 years. Met my wife, Leah, moved here in 2007, have lived in Pegram since 2007. And during that time, I've been a federal contractor for the past 19, almost 20 years, investigating Medicare, Medicaid fraud. During that time, I have a unique background, just with that investigative experience. Served 8 years on the Cheatham County School Board and 4 as mayor. So again, as was mentioned earlier, a lot of us in this room, I hope we're all Republicans and conservatives, so we're gonna agree on a lot of issues, hopefully most issues. The big difference that you'll see is approach. And my different approach, again, is my background, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But the main reason that I'm sitting up at this table tonight, and the main reason I want to run for this position is government overreach. It all started with COVID, when we had government officials and politicians who thought that they could tell us how we could run our businesses, if we could or couldn't wear a mask, if we had to get vaccinated or not. That's where it all started for me, and really paying attention to the government overreach. And at some point, someone had to stand up and be willing to have the fortitude to say, no, that's enough. The way I was raised, my father's a former Marine, police officers himself, is everybody's got a voice, use it. And if you're gonna complain about something, you better come to the table with solutions and be willing to do something about it. So that's why I'm up here right now. Many reasons that I'm sure Perry and I both will get into why we both want to run, but my main reason is government overreach. The people in this audience, you don't need someone from Nashville telling you how you need to live your life in Dixon and Cheatham County.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Jeff Eby, for opening the doors, and thank you for the the Dixon County Republican Party and our Cheatham County people that are here from the Republican Party. Normally, this is our meeting night over in Cheatham County, and several of them came here because they felt like this was important. So, welcome to all of our friends from Cheatham County. My name is Perry Keenan, and I'm running for state representative. Born and raised in this district, graduated Cheatham County High School in 1989. Always tell people, for those of you doing math fast backwards, that means I'm 54 years old and I'm officially the oldest person in this race, and I will not hold the youth of my opponents against them. And I love that line in God Bless Ronald Reagan, one of the greatest Republicans of our generation for sure. Born to entrepreneurial parents, mom and dad, they came to Cheatham County in about 1970 and always had that entrepreneurial drive. They started a business over in Ashland City, and then we expanded and moved to Pleasant View, Tennessee. And I grew up in the family business, went to college at Belmont, had the honor of almost flunking out. And they invited me to come back, and Mom and Dad said, yeah, absolutely, you're welcome to go back as long as you're paying for it this time. So I said, all right, I'll go to the only school that I can afford now, which is Nashville Tech. And then I graduated from there, went to Austin Peay, graduated with a 4-year degree at Austin Peay. And so it's funny how I just took college a lot more serious once I started paying for it. But it helped build that desire and really kind of set me on a path of fiscal responsibility. And that's kind of been the mindset of the Republican Party, especially here in the state of Tennessee. So I want to work to bring that same fiscal responsibility that we have to the state. There's things that if it ain't broke, we don't need to fix it, but there's always room for improvement regardless of what political ideology you fall to. One of the things also that we want to make sure that we're doing is just listening to the people, and I've really enjoyed doing that, specifically here in Dixon County, and just meeting people where they are and hearing from them. And as Jody said, having empathy to listen to their situations, whether it's something that I specifically agreed with or not, or if it was a completely different mindset. And so having that empathy, meeting people on the ground here, it's been a real joy and one of the absolute highlights of this campaign for me. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Keenan, we will stay with you and work back across this way. The next question is, as the district grows, how do we protect our resources, especially water?
So with water, and I've been fortunate to actually spend some time with Scott Miller, who is over the Dixon County Water Authority here, and had those conversations about what does the future of the water department look like. And they've had some challenges. They've had some concerns of areas that they know that they want to be able to expand their water services. Well, water's not cheap though. It's not cheap to expand these services. We've got other mayors in the room that have, I just was with Mayor Moorhead a couple of weeks ago in Pegram, and they were talking about the sewer services that they've got there. And those expansions are not cheap. And so one of the things that we have to do is making sure that on a state level, as a state legislator, we're working to give those guys backbone when they need it, so that, yeah, you're gonna have some communities that may say, well, I don't want you taking water out of my creek because I used to swim in that creek. Or, God forbid, you get somebody that's really to the far left and they're worried about the snail darter, and they don't wanna hurt the snail darter in that creek. Listen, I love all of God's creatures, but at some point in time, we have to be able to stand up and say what's best for our district. Fortunately, Scott Miller and the team here have got a great plan, and they've done a really good job. But there are some instances that they've mentioned that said, hey, it would be nice if we had some extra strength from the state.
Same question.
Yeah, thank you. So before I go any further, I have to say something, and it's very important, and I can't believe I didn't say it earlier. I want to thank my wife. Tonight is our 19-year wedding anniversary. I'm still married because it's my anniversary and we're here. So she's smiling. She hasn't thrown anything at me yet, so thank you, sweetheart. I'm sorry. But with that being said, and like Mary said earlier, most of us in this room are going to agree on items. Don't disagree with anything that Mr. Keenan said, but a key point that I think that needs to be added, coming down to relationships, and a word I used earlier, the fortitude. Dixon County is unique, as in you have 2 state representatives. It's extremely important that both representatives are able to work with one another and have a unified front in Nashville. And again, as we talk this evening, you'll hear some comments from me about being a fighter, sledgehammer, things like that. There are times and there are things worth fighting for, and having that relationship where both state representatives, if it is a situation where we do need to go to Nashville, we do need to fight for the water authority, there needs to be some pushback, there needs to be some funding. Having that unified front, which I can work with Mr. Barrett, we have a personal relationship. If I am lucky enough to serve, we will have a unified front, and that's just an example, the water issue, where if we need to have that fortitude, unified front to go pick a fight, however you want to say it, we're willing to do that.
Thank you, and we'll stay with you, Mr. Allen. The next question would be, what are your views on balancing the Second Amendment rights with efforts to reduce gun violence in schools and communities?
So I am a firm believer in our God-given right that everyone have our Second Amendment rights. Red flag laws, any of that, I don't need a politician telling me what my rights are with my gun rights. Everyone in this county, in this district, in this country, that's our Second Amendment right, to own the right to keep and bear arms. And anyone, with the exception of, and I know some of my gun rights activists might not agree with this, but unless you have a violent background, everyone has the right to bear arms, to protect your family. And yes, that goes into a heated debate on how do you handle that in schools. Gun rights, well, I'll keep it simple for you. When I went to high school, there was a bunch of kids that hunted all the time, and they had their shotguns and rifles in their trucks, and when school was over, if they went hunting, we didn't have any school shootings. We don't have a gun problem, we have a people problem. So again, I'll go to bat that argument every day. It's not, guns don't shoot people, people shoot people, and we have a people problem, not a gun problem. And the recent TFA survey that came out, if anyone has any questions about my stance on your Second Amendment rights, go check out that survey. That's one of the things where I mentioned earlier, worth fighting for. That's a fight that I'm willing to pick. But again, we don't have a gun problem, we have a people problem.
Thank you. The Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms. A lot of people forget that the actual push behind that originally and why our founding fathers put that in there was because it was the right to keep and bear arms for what? For protection. For what? From government overreach and from governments getting out of control. That's the basis of that. And now we've got a situation in this country where people say, okay, we're going to start hammering back on these rights. I don't believe in that. Here in the state of Tennessee, we're very fortunate, we're very blessed that we have a Republican supermajority between the governor, the House, and the Senate. And they've been really good about protecting our gun rights. Constitutional carry? Absolutely, wholeheartedly. And I'll tell you a personal story. As a gun owner myself, our kids, when they were little, I think Madison was about 7 and Liam was about 5. I went to the gun safe and I pulled out, I believe it was my wife's handgun, and I put it on the kitchen table, unloaded of course, but put it on the kitchen table. And I brought the kids into the kitchen and I said, kids, tell me, is that gun bad? And they kind of looked a little puzzled and they said, well, no. And I said, okay, is that gun going to kill people? And they kind of again looked a little puzzled, and you could see their 5-year-old and 7-year-old brains running, and they were like, where's Dad going with this? And they said, well, I guess it could. And I said, well, let me ask you this. I said, if Mommy and Daddy have a dinner party, and we have a house full of people and everybody's hanging out in the kitchen, and that gun is sitting loaded right there on the kitchen table, is that gun going to kill anyone? And my daughter, being as sharp as she is, she said, well, not unless somebody picks it up. And I said, that's right. I said, so are guns bad or are people bad? And she said, well, people are bad. And I said, that's right. You can lay that gun there on the kitchen table and it can stay there 365 days a year, fully loaded with one in the chamber, ready to go. And as long as nobody picks it up and does the wrong thing, that gun's not bad. And I fully stand on that. Guns are not bad. People, unfortunately, we live in a broken world. People sometimes just make broken decisions. And the rest of us as law-abiding citizens have to pay the price for that sometimes. And that's not okay here in the state of Tennessee.
Thank you. Mr. Keenan, we will stay with you for the next question. What are your views on election integrity? Do you support requiring proof of citizenship for voter registration? Should we return to single-day voting?
What was the second part of that, Mayor?
Do you support requiring proof of citizenship for voter registration? Should we return to single-day voting?
I'll take the second half of that first. As far as single-day voting, I really don't have a preference one way or the other. You know, there's people that I'm sure can make an argument either way, and I really don't have an argument one way or the other on that. As far as voter integrity and voter registration and being able to show proof of ID, absolutely, 100%. The state of Tennessee right now is currently ranked as one of the most ethical voting ethics state in the Tennessee as far as election integrity. That's awesome, guys. And part of that, again, goes back to the legislators that we've got up there that are working very hard to protect the voter integrity that we have in this country. Kudos to Jody and Mary and others that have been like right in the breach trying to protect our rights for that. The Save America Act right now, like there's parts of that I believe are specifically tied to, you know, the Democrats having a problem with someone showing an ID. Listen, in the state of Tennessee, every time I go vote, guess what? I have to show my ID. So why wouldn't we? why wouldn't we want to have election integrity and protect what so many have fought and died to save us from the tyranny of others? Like, we've got to protect it tooth and nail.
All right, so I often don't like to oversimplify things, but for me, this is one, it's a simple answer. Absolutely, you should have to show proof of ID, period. I don't care what your ethnicity is, where you're from. If you're gonna vote in our elections, yes, you have to show an ID, end of story. Regarding single day elections, indifferent about the situation, but as Jody mentioned earlier, extremely important to use these and listen. And if someone, for example, Kanta, if she came to me and gave me a great argument of why she feels we need to have single day elections, or Mr. Moorhead, the opposite. Again, using these and listening, but for that particular indifferent, opening to listening and hearing arguments. But again, simple answer, yes, you should absolutely have to show ID before you vote.
Thank you. And we'll stay with Mr. Allen. And the next question is, are you in favor of school choice? What should that look like? And how do we balance vouchers with free, appropriate public education for all?
So I am 100% in favor of school choice. Where my opponent and I might differ a little bit is what that school choice looks like. I 100%, you won't find anyone in this room that will support a parent's choice. If you want to homeschool your child, absolutely, that's your right to do it. If you want to send your child to a private school, absolutely, that's your right to do it. If you want to send your child to public school, absolutely, you're right to do it. Where, and again, I don't want to speak for my opponent, but where I am indifferent and differ from a lot in the legislature is our tax dollars should not be paid for that choice. Again, send your child to private school, absolutely. Just don't take my tax dollars to pay for it. On top of that, what's even more concerning to me, even if I did agree with that in theory, that we should use our tax dollars for that, what is most concerning to me is we're not tracking where those tax dollars are going. We have no idea who's getting them. There's percentages thrown out there, and we don't even know what's correct. Is it 80% of the people who are getting the money already going to, were their child already going to private school? We don't know because we're not tracking the money. So again, even if I, in theory, agreed with vouchers, as taxpayers, everybody in this room should be concerned that you don't know exactly where your taxpayer dollars are going. And Mayor Ryle, I apologize, I got off on a tangent. What was the other part of the question?
No, I'll have to read it too. You really hit the highlights. So you're favoring school choice. What should that look like? And how do you balance that with vouchers versus free public education?
Yeah, and just going back to, those are our tax dollars. We have to track them. Send your child to private school. Just don't use our tax dollars because I'm telling you, the way the program is set up, it is not sustainable. 5, 10, 15 years from now, the way that it's set up now, it's not sustainable.
Awesome, thank you. So, parents' right to choose. To me, it goes a little deeper than schools, but we'll touch on schools first. So, parents' right to choose where they send their kids. Absolutely, 100%. We're one of those split kid households where when our kids were teenagers, we had my daughter who was in public school, and my son was in private school at Pleasant View Christian. So I get it, and I understand as far as school vouchers, why some parents, especially that are dual income working families, would love to see their tax dollars that they've put in, and they don't want to send their kids to a public school. They would love to be able to have some of those dollars come back to them so that it can help them pay for the ticket to go to a private school. The problem that we have is we're not sure, and we're working on it. I say we, figuratively, the Republican Party, specifically the legislature, they're working on nailing this down to have better answers about where the money's going, who's receiving it, how many kids are on the program, that type of thing. All throughout my time as mayor, I would tell my city council members all the time, we're not throwing good money after bad. So I'm absolutely 100% on board with, if we find that this is unsustainable, we've got to turn the spigot off, people. I'm not one to just go in and waste money. I'm not going to throw good money after bad. If it's broken, then we need to fix it. But I'm also not for just letting it run broken until we find the way to fix it. We just may have to turn it off and go back and go to the drawing board. Touching a little bit more though on parental choice, one of the problems that I see that we get oftentimes in this country, and I hear it from people on the streets here in Dixon and over in Cheatham County, is parents need more control and more say over their kids in general. I can't tell you the number of parents that I've talked to that have teenagers, that a teenager's gone into the doctor's office and they've gone in without the parent because maybe the dad took the daughter to a doctor's appointment and the daughter didn't want the dad in because it's uncomfortable. She might be a young teenager, she's going through changes. And then when she comes back out and the dad says, okay, doc, everything okay? Sorry, can't tell you, HIPAA. Listen, if that kid's on my income tax returns and they're on your income tax returns, you should absolutely have a say in what their doctors are doing and what the doctors are telling your kids and mine.
Mr. Keaton, we'll stay with you with the next question. What additional steps should Tennessee be taking to support the deportation of illegal immigrants?
So right now, the state legislature has been really firm on passing legislation that they've got, and I believe a lot of that went into effect July 1st of this year. So that's one of those where I truly feel like the current elected officials on the state level have got a good handle on that. Making sure, again, kind of going back to election integrity, making sure that people truly are who they are when they come in and vote and they have to show an ID. And I think all of us probably know at least one or two people that are here on work visas, or maybe they have a green card and that kind of thing. They're legal. And they're legal until they're not. If their visa expires, they need to go home. If they get in trouble and they break the law, they need to go home. And I think if you talk to ICE officials and you talk to some of the higher up elected officials, specifically also like our sheriffs here, Sheriff Tim Eads, Sheriff Tim Minkley, they're gonna tell you the same thing. There's a lot of really good people out there of multiple nationalities that are here on work visas. This is the greatest country in the world, and we'd love to have them as long as they're law-abiding when they're here.
Thank you. So this is something, if everyone was paying attention about my background, this is something I know a little bit about. And this is, and I don't want to be negative, but I want to give kudos when they're necessary. This is one of the areas where I think the General Assembly got it right. Our sheriffs in the state of Tennessee should be required to cooperate with ICE. If they have someone in their jail in Cheatham County, Dixon County, and there's an ICE holder, they should be held. Period. No questions asked. It's one of those that's a simple one. What I don't think we need to get into the business of is we don't need a perfect example. My son is a police officer in Metro Nashville. He should and be cooperating with ICE whenever they need it. But what we don't need are deputies and Metro officers out doing immigration enforcement. We're already short-staffed. Sheriff Eads, Sheriff Binkley, they don't have the staff to be doing that. But 100% the General Assembly got this right with the new law that Mr. Keenan spoke about July 1st. We have to cooperate with ICE. We have to honor those holders. But we're not in a situation where our deputies here in our rural counties need to be performing those functions.
Thank you. We're going to make a really easy question. This is a yes or no question. Do you know the difference between a man and a woman?
Yes, yes, yes.
Sorry. No, it's okay.
You really want a politician to only use one word for an answer? Yes, 100% yes.
I'm sorry we got off on a tangent there, but unfortunately we live in a world where that seems to be in question sometimes, so thank you both. That is the correct answer, I can tell you that. Back on to the next question, back to you on this, Mr. Keenan. Regardless of the outcome of this election, are you willing to publicly support your opponent in the general election?
Same answer as before. Yes, 100% yes. We absolutely have to protect this district, regardless of either one of us that win. We both, the one thing you can rest assured is, both of us have this district's best interest at heart. 100% yes.
Yes, sir. We have to keep conservative principles. We have to keep District 78 conservative. And simple answer is yes.
We'll stay with you, Mr. Allen. How would you work with local government officials to support the growth of small business and industry within our communities?
So that is one that is 100% built on relationships and trust. Whether it be my time on the school board or mayor, or even if I'm lucky enough for this position to serve, you have to work with the other elected officials. And again, I'll use another reference, you have to use these and you have to listen. I live in Pegram, I'm in Dixon all the time. My wife and I shop in Dixon all the time, but nobody knows Dixon County better than Danny Williams, or nobody knows the city of Dixon better than Mayor Weiss. So that's why, as a state representative, I need to listen to these other elected officials, and they need to know, because I've built those relationships. I'm building those relationships and will continue to foster those relationships. They know that if they call me and say, hey John, hey Jody, this is what we got going on in Dixon, we need your help. We've got this legislation that's stonewalling us. Or hey, we need this type of specific grant, or we just need you to go fight for this so we can bring this to Dixon. Those relationships and using those ears that the good Lord gave you, that's how you handle that. And especially at this level in Nashville, if you're going to Nashville to fight for your district, Perry and I like to think we're both smart guys, but we don't know everything. So surround yourselves with the experts and those that deal with it on a daily basis. Then we know what to go to Nashville to fight for. And again, you're not always looking for a fight, but there are some things worth fighting for. And if that's what the mayors are, hey guys, we need you to fight for this. This is what we need. That's what you do.
So for this one, again, touching on my upbringing with parents that were entrepreneurs, small business owners, still small business owners over in Cheatham County. Working in the family business, I speak that language. I understand just how critical small business is to this entire district, actually to this entire state. It is truly the lifeblood of the economic engine that we have here in the state of Tennessee. Small mom and pops, people that just have 10 employees or less, it's critical, and we absolutely have to protect them with everything that we have. I'm very blessed to have received the Tennessee Chamber of Commerce's endorsement in this district. I'm excited about that. And I'll lean into some of the experiences that I've had in the past, especially as mayor, and I'll give you the short version of a long story. We had a soldier that was coming home. He'd done 8 or 9 tours as 5th Group Special Forces out of Fort Campbell. And he wanted to open a distillery, and he needed some help getting that done. And he had landed on Pleasant View, and he reached out to me, and I may or may not have sampled a little of his products prior to his meeting, but he reached out and he said, I need help because I really want to be able to open this business. It's my dream, and this is the way that I'm going to retire out of the military. How do you not help that person? So we set up a meeting where Andy could come in, he met with our building and codes officials, and we didn't have any laws on the books that said, hey, you can actually open this type of business in the town of Pleasant View. And so what did? We got busy and we put laws on the books that allowed him to be able to open. Not only did that help him reach his life dream of being able to retire out of the military, it also now has set him on a phenomenal trajectory where he outgrew Pleasant View, moved into a new location in Clarksville, has outgrown that one, and now has a phenomenal multi-story facility right next to F&M Bank Arena in downtown Clarksville. Those are the kinds of stories that you get to lean into, and I listen, as mayor, I got to do a lot of amazing things, but those are the ones where you lay your head down at night and you're saying, man, that one was special.
We'll stay with you, Mr. Keenan. The question here is, there's been a move in secondary schools for more CTE training. What are your thoughts on that?
CTE training is key, and kind of taking that to another level. The things like TCAT that we have here. Right now, our school districts, especially our elementary schools in this district of Cheatham County and Dixon County, are performing better than average, and they're doing a great job. Our high schools, according to PSR and the rating system that they use, are performing a little below average. I'm not an average guy. I'm not okay with average. I want this district and our school system in this district to stay as funded as possible, and I want us to be in the top 20 to 30 percentile of the entire state. Why wouldn't we be? Why wouldn't we want that? We need that here in the state of Tennessee. And with TCAT, a lot of kids are coming out of our high schools and they're not overly excited about the 4-year degree. It's not what it used to be when I was in school many decades ago. And so when kids have an opportunity to come out of high school and go into a facility where you've got on the job style, real world training. You've got labs in place where these kids can learn technical skills, nursing degrees. They can learn how to be HVAC techs and electricians and auto technicians and those types of things, and hit the ground running usually in 2 years or less, and making a lot more money than what we all made out of for those of us that went to 4-year colleges and came out with fancy degrees. They're making more money after a 2-year degree coming out of these TCAP facilities. And you know what? We need that. State of Tennessee is booming right now, and there's a real need for people that are in that industry. So 100% for that.
So Mayor, to answer your question, absolutely support CTE programs. This is another area where the General Assembly has gotten it right. Recently, high schools in Tennessee have received $1 million to put towards CTE, and middle schools have received $500,000. The key to that is we're headed in the right direction, but the key is to keep it going, to not let up, raise those expectations. One of the many things I'm very proud of when I served on the school board for 8 years, Dr. Kathy Beck, our former director of schools here, that's something that we really focused on, was expanding the CTE programs in Cheatham County. Everywhere from, getting the welding program at Ashland City High School, Cheatham County Central High School, up and running and retooled, to a perfect example is my son participated in the criminal justice program at Harpeth High School. It was amazing. Now he's a Metro Nashville police officer. So we're headed in the right direction with CTE, but that's one of the areas, and hopefully we get the opportunity a little bit later to talk more about education, but our public schools are under attack, and that's one area where we can really focus, and the General Assembly has gotten it right. We need to keep heading that direction, because back in our day, if you didn't go to college, you were written off. And as Mr. Keenan mentioned earlier, my wife's father is a plumbing contractor, and there's not individuals out there to do this work, and they can make a lot of work. So we're heading in the right direction. We just need to put the foot on the gas and not let up.
Mr. Allen, we'll stay with you. How do we keep DEI out of public schools when it's part of our teacher preparation at state colleges and universities? Would you be in favor of removing government funding from college universities that try to continue DEI strategies?
Simple answer, absolutely. One of the ways that absolutely our colleges and universities restrict that funding, take that funding away, but even more importantly than our colleges and universities, I'm really worried about our young children that are getting indoctrinated, middle and high school levels, and how do you stop that? Like some of the gentlemen, Mr. Baker that was here earlier, electing and paying attention to conservative school board members. I will tell you, my time in politics, that is the one race, and don't get me wrong, I feel our race is extremely important, but if anybody in this room and anybody in Dixon or Cheatham County is gonna pay attention to a specific race, it needs to be your school board. That's where the rubber meets the road, and that's how we keep these left-leaning liberal agendas, DEI, however you wanna paint it with the broad brush. It starts with conservative school board members, but a simple answer to your question is absolutely, I would oppose it and would hold back funding.
100%. DEI has no business in our colleges, and it has no business in our local education as well. K through 12, really, diversity, equality, and inclusion. That's not good. We all want to be diversified. We're okay with people being treated as equal, and everybody wants to be included. But that's not where they're driving this. They're driving this from a liberal agenda that is something that I would say probably 90% of the people in this room don't agree with, and neither do I. Absolutely 110%. We have to yank the funding, and I would be more than happy to be the one to see their sponsors that bill or signs on to it to yank funding from public institutions that try to cram DEI down their throats. That's not okay. That's not why we're sending our kids to college. It's just not okay. So, short answer, yes.
Mr. Keenan, we'll stay with you. How would you address mental health care and addiction services in our communities? What can you do with local government to minimize the impact of halfway houses, and how do you propose to monitor these in our local communities?
Good question. If I meet 10 people on the street, 8 of them are going to ask me about recovery homes here in Dixon County. So the first half of that, mental health. We've got an epidemic going on. I think most of us in here, I would say, are at least seasoned and above the age of 25 or 30 for the most part. And we're of a generation here, specifically, the majority of us in this room, where you rub some dirt on it and you just keep going. We don't have to wave a yellow card and say, I need a mental break day, I need a timeout. Like, no. So, unfortunately, our kids these days, though, part of that indoctrination that we were talking about, Mayor, our kids have been indoctrinated where they feel like it's okay to have to push back and say, oh, I'm overstimulated. Oh, I've got some issues. And you know what? They probably, unfortunately, just get over-medicated. My wife and I personally have had conversations with friends that are doctors inside of Cheatham County about this specifically. And the doctors have told us the number of teenage kids, specifically young girls, that come in that need or are on medications for anxiety, depression, mood swings is astounding. And it's becoming an epidemic. And I fear it's an epidemic all over this country, but specifically in Tennessee, it's an epidemic here. That's a problem, guys. And it's serious. So the mental health, those types of issues, when they get hopped up on, the different drugs that they have to be hopped up on, that can lead to addiction issues. And addiction issues lead to needs for recovery options. And here in the county of Dixon, we have a real problem with what's going on here. And you've got some good people that operate their homes as good stewards in this community, but then you've got a couple of people that hide behind laws like the ADA and the Fair Housing Act, and they thumb it in our nose and say, we're gonna act whatever way we wanna act, we're gonna run this whatever way we want to, and you as elected officials in this county and community, you can't stop us. And you know what? They're right. And so one of the things that we can do, and I've had conversations with Mayor Lyle and I've had conversations with Mayor Weiss, is we can work with our congressmen and our state officials to try to put laws on the books that give these guys, the mayors, an opportunity. Because Danny, God bless you if you're able to be the next one, and we all in this room hope you are. You're gonna have to face this just like Mayor Weiss is facing it right now. They need help. I've actually had conversations with Congressman Van Epps, and he's all for this. He understands that this is his district. This is in the heart of his district, and he needs to protect Dixon County. And whatever he can do on a congressional level to help give us some extra help on that, he's 100% for. Majority Leader Representative William Lambert was in Dixon County last Thursday, and I actually was able to have him and Mayor Donnie Weiss spend some time together that afternoon, on Thursday afternoon, to talk specifically about the recovery house problem that the mayor is facing inside the city of Dixon. And it was good for the mayor to be able to have that opportunity, that one-on-one conversation with Leader Lambert, because he's the third most important person that we've got up on the hill as far as Republicans in the legislature. It was good for William to hear directly from the mayor and hear his heart and hear his concern for this district, because Mayor Weiss is concerned, and he should be. I feel like I'm rambling at this point, so.
No, that's fine. And I should have told y'all earlier, if you need me to restate any question, I'd be glad to.
So this is one that Mary spoke about earlier. No need to ramble for 10 or 15 minutes if you agree with your opponent. I agree with everything that Mr. Keenan just said. The only thing that I would add is this is a situation where I talked about earlier that it doesn't need to be talked about and let's take a couple more sessions. This is something that needs immediate action. Let's don't talk, hey, we talked about it this session, maybe we'll file a bill next one. This needs to be dealt with immediately. I too myself had the opportunity to speak with mayors and elected officials. And for those of you that are in the audience, these men and women at the county level, their hands are tied. They're doing everything they can. This is a state and federal problem. I agree with Mr. Keenan. The one thing that I'd like to add to it that I have a real problem with, and I guess it's going back to my law enforcement background, we have individuals, although everybody deserves the right for treatment, we have individuals in this county who are on furlough, and there's nothing holding these facilities accountable if that individual walks away. The good facilities are absolutely going to let the Department of Corrections know, let the sheriff know, but the bad ones, there's no skin in the game for them to let the sheriff or the state know, hey, so-and-so who's here on furlough has been gone for 3 days. So I've been lucky enough to work with some attorneys here in the area, and if I am lucky enough to serve, I already have legislation that I'm ready to file and build a coalition regarding those on furlough and having actually some skin in the game on these facilities if they don't follow and track and have reporting mechanisms for those that are on furlough that have walked away. They are going to have skin in the game because there's going to be civil penalties.
Mr. Adam, we'll stay with you. If elected, how will you build coalitions that produce positive results for your district and this region?
Goes back to what I said earlier. It's a simple answer. It's relationships. I've been lucky enough, especially in Cheatham County, friends and friendships with mayors, commissioners, school board members, and I've been very intentional about building those same relationships here in Dixon County the past several months, going back to earning that trust, not trying to sound arrogant or presumptive, but if I am lucky enough to win, if I am lucky enough to serve, by the time session rolls around, I've built those relationships, and Danny, who's going to be our county mayor, will know that if he calls, I'm going to pick up the phone. Kenny McAllister, who's going to be a new Dixon County commissioner, he knows that if he calls John, I'm going to pick up the phone. Not only am I going to pick up the phone, if I have to come meet with you in Dixon, hey, come to my office in Nashville. It all boils down to those relationships and trust. But if you don't have that, nothing's going to get done because it has to be a two-way street. And building those relationships is what makes that happen.
Part of being able to do this job and do it effectively for the best of this community and to serve it well is making sure that when you're working with your fellow legislators, that they're on board with your vision and your ideas. When I was mayor, when John was mayor, we were the top dog. We were the CEO. We wanted something to get done. We just picked up the phone and made it happen, within reason, of course. If Nikki called and said, we've got a problem with a pothole over here, we didn't wait for TDOT. We sent our crews out and just got it done, and then we picked up the phone and we called Nikki and said, hey, we just got that taken care of for you. It's a little different on the state legislator level. If you want to get something passed for this district, you have to get 49 other representatives to agree that whatever you're trying to get passed for Dixon or Cheatham County is also good for them in their district. That's 49 relationships that you have to work with. That's 49 people that you have to develop that trust and that bond. I'm very blessed and very fortunate to already have that with several of the legislators that are up there, whether it's Scott Sapecki, who is in charge of the Education Committee, or Representative Dan Howell, or William Lamberth and what he does, Senator Kerry Roberts. Those are all people that have endorsed our campaign and that are working very, very hard for this state, not just this district, for this state. And so having those relationships with people that can get things done and be able to help also make sure that you're watching out for the pitfalls, because, as Mary and Jody both could tell you, after serving as many years as they had, there's a lot of pitfalls that you have to watch out for. So making sure that they've also got guardrails up that keep you on track and on point for this district, and also making sure that you don't hit that guardrail and jump over it is really key.
Mr. Keenan, we'll stay with you. What will you do to support family farms and protect Tennessee's agricultural economy from corporate consolidation, foreign ownership, and urban spread?
So I actually had a conversation with Congressman John Rose last week when he was in Dixon about this exact same topic. Right now, the big concern that we have is what they call farm conversion or farm turnover, where we have people that have, farms that have been in their families for multiple generations, but the kids have either aged out of, working on the farm, and they've gone on to do whatever else that they want to do, and no one's left to take the farm over. And so, of course, the people that own the farm, it's their God-given right. They want to sell it and retire and ride off into the sunset. They've worked hard. And as legislators, we need to protect their ability to be able to do that. But it goes deeper than that. How do you actually keep it from getting to the point to where they feel obligated to have to sell the farm because nobody in the family wants to take it over? You do that through making sure that in our public schools that programs like 4-H stay fully funded. Future Farmers of America stay fully funded. And not only stay fully funded, but that they work real world situations to see how they can make farming profitable. Your next governor, whoever that is, as John Rose said, if it's lucky enough to be him, one of the things he wants to do is he wants to push for legislation to make it easier for things like the TAEP grant that a lot of these farmers get from the state of Tennessee. But you know, those grants are great. For those of you that don't know in the room what that is, it's a grant that helps farmers be able to purchase new equipment or build new grain silos or add on to their barns or what have you. And so, as John said in that, and I agree, there's too much red tape. And you get a lot of farmers that, they're just farmers. They don't want to have to go through the trouble of filling out grants, and that's just not what they do. They're farmers. And so if we can cut red tape and make it easier for these guys to apply for funding for grants like this, then we absolutely should. If there's an opportunity to reduce legislation or reduce restrictions and cut red tape to make it easier for these farmers to be profitable through, you know, the things that they buy, you know, seeds and fertilizers and those types of things, we need to do that. And once these kids and these grandkids start seeing that farming can be profitable, they're less likely, we hope, they're less likely to say, when I get to be old enough and I inherit the farm, I'm just gonna sell it. They're invested at that point. And we as legislators and the next governor need to absolutely have the back of the farmers. This is a rural district for the most part, and we don't wanna see it overrun with people that just come in with big paychecks and can just pay exorbitant amounts of money to take all these farms off the books.
So one of the ways we help our farmers is to already maintain and hopefully expand the Greenbelt program. A perfect example that in theory keeps our farmers from getting taxed out of their property by surrounding development. So Greenbelt is extremely important, something that we need to maintain and to expand. And I guess it's because of my background, I'm constantly going back to education and our young people. Our 4-H and FFA programs are amazing. One of the things, and I was lucky enough to, with Mayor Ryle and others a few weeks ago, the groundbreaking ceremony for the Dixon County Ag Center. That's a perfect example of how we get our youth involved, keep them going, and then they take over the family farm. In Cheatham County at Sycamore High School, the farm that they're having, there and teaching these young kids not only how to grow and raise things, but then to sell it. And so not only show them, hey, this is a family legacy, but it's also a business, and showing them how to do that. So those two areas in my mind, keeping the programs, and like everyone in this room who's a conservative, obviously for any business, you're cutting the red tape, make things easier, access to grants, but specifically the Greenbelt program is huge. And then back to educating and dealing with the attack on our public schools is the CTE programs and what's going on at Sycamore High School, what's going on with Dixon County with the Ag Center. That's how you keep our youth involved, and to the point that, and you know, excuse this language, but it becomes sexy to them. Because right now the average kid, farming doesn't sound sexy to them. But if they see it firsthand, they're learning at Sycamore High School, hey, this is a business. It's more than just growing wheat. It's a business. I can make money, and you teach them that. That's one of the many ways that we can make that happen.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. We'll stay with you. What, if any, changes would you make in the tax structure of Tennessee, such as an amendment to eliminate the possibility of a property tax? Should the state consider removing sales tax on groceries? And what other ways you see we can improve our revenue for the state of Tennessee?
So one thing that I 100% agree with, and it's going to be a referendum in November, is eliminating state property tax. If my memory serves me correctly, we haven't, here in the state of Tennessee, used that since probably World War II, but it's still on the books. And that's going to be a referendum that I 100% support, will vote for. And the importance of this, so many people say, well, it's just lip service. It hasn't been used since World War II, if that's actually accurate and correct. But here's the thing, guys. If we're not careful and if we don't protect our state, before you know it, we could have the supermajority could be gone. And then all of a sudden you have a situation where we now have a state tax that we don't have now. So I support that referendum. Something else I also support is local property tax. Tennessee is only one of 5 states in the whole country that there's no type of cap. I'm not saying that we take property tax away, because I know every county commissioner and mayor in here is probably going to throw something at me because you have to fund things. But if other states can figure it out that there's a cap, we can too. And even whatever that cap is, 2%, 3%, 6%, whatever that's agreed upon, even at that point, again, if other states can do it, we can too. And if Dixon County needs more, let's say it's 5%, they need more than 5%, then guess what? The law states that the voters can vote on it. If they want more, that holds and makes government more accountable and more transparent. Hey, the cap's 4%, but we need 6%. So then you have to go to the voters and explain to them why you want to go past that cap. And listen, guys, I know it works. I'm from Ohio, and a perfect example is local school districts. If you want to build a new high school in Ohio, where I'm from outside of Cincinnati, the voters get to say so. The voters get to say if you want to build that $300 million school. And what does that call? That forces government to be transparent, show you what money's being spent on, what you intended to be spent on, and just my experience with schools being built, a perfect example, the very few times that it was voted down, guess what? When cuts were made, and there's no bus services, or we can't have this service, and we can't have, because it's an open book, because you're having to sell people on why you want more of their money. When they come back, it passes. So what you do is you get more buy-in from the public, because they're vested, they feel like they have a say-so. A counter argument to that is, well, that's what they elect politicians for. That's what they elected their council members for. That's what they elected their county commissioners for. Well, guess what? I've seen it several times. County commissioners, school board members, small town mayors, they can go ahead and do the exact opposite. So again, there needs to be some type of cap. Other states can do it, we can figure it out, but that's just an example of, because property taxes are getting out of control. But back to the original one, I 100% support the referendum that's going to be up in November.
So in the state of Tennessee, we've got some concerns. Specifically where this is coming from is what's going on in Davidson County, where they just had a 100 to 200% property tax increase on certain people. I'm sure a lot of you have seen the news, especially with the guy that owns the Acme Feed and Seed building in downtown on Broadway or 2nd Avenue, where they literally are taxing this man out of business. That's not okay. That's absolutely not okay. But we've got to be able to find a balance. You know, Mayor Donnie Weiss gave a speech earlier this year at the Methodist Church in downtown, and one of the things, I think it was put on by the Chamber of Commerce, and packed house full of people, and he was kind of going over a lot of the things that they've been able to do in the city of Dixon and that kind of thing. And he said that he was 100% opposed to that because the proposal of putting like a 2% tax cap on your property taxes, here's the problem. Here's where elected officials are going to get in a pinch. Donnie Weiss doesn't need a property tax increase right now. The city of Dixon doesn't need one. But they don't know what the economy is going to be next year. They don't know if the little fat man over in China is going to push a button that absolutely destroys our economy. And next thing you know, we've got issues and the city's going to need extra money. And maybe they need more than 2%. Maybe they need 3%, or maybe they need 4% to be able to just get through the next 24 months effectively without bankrupting the city. So what are they going to be tempted to do? They're going to be tempted to go ahead and pass a 2% property tax, whether they need it or not, because they're scared that if they need it next year, they're not going to have the money. And then they may need more than that, and then it's got to go into a referendum where the voters get to vote on it, and I don't think there's a voter in this entire room that's going to vote for a 5% property tax increase. I know I'm not. So it's finding that balance, and it's, as Jody said earlier, it's using your ears to be able to talk to and listen to the elected officials and finding that balance of, okay, so what's the solution? How do we work on this? And I know the state legislature, again, we're fortunate and blessed that it's a Republican supermajority. And I know they're working on this, and they're working to try to find the solution. And I think we need to be good listeners on what they have planned. But then, whichever one of us is elected, we immediately need to turn around and come in and we meet with what we hope is going to be our next mayor, Danny Williams, or we meet with Donnie Weiss and our county commissioners and our city council members all across this district to say, how would this legislation affect you? Is this a good bill? Is this something that you would change? If you've got something that you would change because you're in the trenches locally, what would it be? That's where we have to be good listeners, is listening to those people on a one-on-one basis.
will stay with you, Mr. Keenan, on this. How would you bring more infrastructure investment such as broadband, road, and utilities to underserved parts of our district?
So I know that there's been different initiatives, and the federal government, hopefully under the Trump administration, is going to be pushing new legislation to help us in our rural districts specifically. I know that when I was mayor of the town of Pleasant View, we had some of those initiatives come through Cheatham County. I actually my wife used to be the director for the Chamber of Commerce, and we had meetings with, I think it was AT&T Fiber at that time, and also meeting with CEMC to talk about pushing like good quality internet, not just the dial-up stuff, but good quality internet into our rural districts to make sure that they had the services and had access. And a lot of that was key because a lot of our students and our young kids that are in our schools use the internet every single day to go in and help them study, to help them answer questions, to prepare for their homework, and unfortunately sometimes cheat, but you know, it is what it is. Kids are clever, but they needed good access to internet, and that's one of the things that the state's been pretty proactive on. I fully support if President Trump and the Republican Party, the Democrats, can get together on that and do a unified bill to push more funding into the state of Tennessee to allow us to broaden our infrastructure. Absolutely. Part of it also goes back to the infrastructure of water and just making sure that you've got good, solid people like Scott over at the Dixon Water Authority that are on top of their water, and they know it. Man, that he knows more about water than I'll ever know, other than just what I'm drinking tonight. He's sharp, and I love knowing that we've got people like that in this district. We've also got, unfortunately, like in the district half of Cheatham County, you've got some areas that are served by NES. Guess what? They ain't so sharp sometimes, especially in the rural sections. And so I worked with our county commission to go in and put forward a resolution that got sent to Nashville asking our state legislators to push for new regulations to hold NES accountable, especially in things like the ice storm. And so you've got, again, going back to DEI, NES spent more money on DEI, I think it was maybe last year, or they were proposing it this year. It was within the last 24 months to spend more money on DEI training than they spent on trimming trees proactively. Like, let's think about that. Like, that's a problem. That's a real problem. So on a state level, that's when your good, solid conservative Republicans can get in and they can be the backbone for these local elected officials to say they need help, and we can be the muscle to make it happen.
So this is one that I mentioned earlier, that there's some things worth fighting for. I'm just gonna let's be honest. Our rural districts are ignored, whether it be road infrastructure, broadband. My wife and I live in Pegram, and 5 minutes from my house, we can supposedly put a man on the moon, but I lose phone service going down Sam's Creek. It's ridiculous. It's there. When I was on the school board, we had to have hotspots, especially during COVID, and I won't even get started on that, when we were trying to be proactive and have kids do work at home. Their parents would have to drive them to some of our schools for hotspots because they didn't have internet. We're being ignored in our rural districts, period. No way around it. And this is going to one of those things where you have to have the fortitude, a fighter, whatever it be, to go in. And yes, it's all about relationships, but there are some things worth fighting for. And there has to be someone to say, enough's enough. We're tired of being ignored. This is what we need, and we need it now. Help us get it done. And that's where building those relationships, serving Dixon County, Cheatham County, that you go in and you have to get it done. Because again, there are some things you have to push because we've been ignored, we're being ignored, and throwing high fives and saying, hey, good to see you, how you doing? That's not getting it done, that hasn't worked. So this is one of the things that we have to fight for, and our rural districts have to be stopped being ignored.
Mr. Allen, we'll stay with you. Would you support the construction of a data center in our district? Why or why not? What the parameters be? Thank you.
Could you repeat the last part?
I'm sorry, I was excited about not losing my voice. We'll start all over again. Would you support the construction of a data center in our district? Well, if so or if not, and what parameters you put on the location?
As of right now, no. And the reason being, there's too many unknowns. There's too many unknowns for me to make an informative decision. concerns on water runoff, how it's going to affect the power grid. There's just entirely way too many unknowns for me to be able to make an educated, informative decision. So until I have that information, no, I could not support anything like that. Now, if the education comes out and we do start to realize things, then of course I have an open mind, willing to discussion, but from what I know right now, entirely way too many unknowns, absolutely not. One of the many things that's being discussed in Cheatham County, here in Dixon County as well, I think is extremely proactive and smart, these moratoriums. County commissioners, county mayors, they don't know the effects either. So put the moratorium in, let there be more research. There are areas that do have them. Let's get more information, more research, but to answer your question, from what I know right now, not enough information, too many unknowns, and no, I would not support it.
I've been pretty public about this one. This is just not okay for our district. Data centers are just not a good fit. We have too much rural area. We have too many farmlands. We have too many areas that we just don't need it here in this district. As I said a week or two ago when we had our last candidate forum, every single one of us in the room have one of these. And the one thing we don't want to do is we don't want to lose the data center race to China. Because again, I don't think anybody wants China to hold all the data that's in our cell phone. I know I don't. I'm pretty sure most of you in here don't either. So, as I used to tell my city council members sometimes when, they would come up and they would have a problem for every solution, I would tell them, hey guys, to do nothing is not an option. So if there's an opportunity for us to learn from other people that are out there that are helping to blaze the trail and do it the right way for data centers, then let's take a listen. But until then, I'm 100% against data centers. I will say that one of the things that we can take a lesson from is what Elon Musk is doing down in Memphis. The project that he's putting down there, which is a multi-billion-dollar project, is going to have what's called a closed-loop water system. That's how you protect our water supply. That's how you keep our water table and our watershed protected from any kind of pollutants that may come from data centers. Closed-looped meaning that the water stays inside the building, it stays in a loop, it's refiltrated, and it just stays there. It doesn't get dumped out into my creek or your river. The other thing also is the Trump administration has been pretty vocal about this. When it comes to data centers, they're pushing for what's called a internal sustained energy supply. And they're onto something with that, because for all of us here that are serviced by TVA, we don't want our rates increased because TVA has to put in new transmission lines just to fund a data center. I don't want to pay more in electricity. I pay too much as it is right now, especially with two teenagers in the house that argue over whether it's hot or cold all the time. And my daughter, God bless her, side tangent, came in the other day when it was 98 degrees outside and said, Dad, can we turn the heat on? Bless her heart, as we would say as good Southern Christians. But all of that to say, if the Trump administration is successful with this initiative and this push to allow these data centers to have their own self-contained power supplies that would be amazing, it will help us that are TVA customers not have to share the burden or carry the burden of the rate increases because they have to put in new transmission lines or they have to help fund some project because they have to go around the snail darter in such and such creek. So that's going to be the way to go if we are able to have data centers.
I want everyone to know at this point, we only have 4 more questions, and the candidates have done very well. You've been very patient.
Is there popcorn available? Because I think these people could use it.
I think they're going to open up in the back there. I think Mr. Eby is going to sort of open the bar for everyone and all the popcorn you can eat. So I think he can left the room, so we'll work that out with him. But want to get here, we're narrowing this down and going to get to the end, so we'll continue. Don't have too much more. The Dobbs decision that the Supreme Court did allowed the state to determine abortion issues in the state of Tennessee in all states. What should you think the state legislature should do to prevent abortion pills being mailed, sent through the U.S. mail, or adults taking people across the state line and having an abortion performed?
100% against the mail-in abortion pills. I'm very blessed that I was just endorsed this week with Tennessee Right to Life. I'm very proud of that. It's a phenomenal endorsement that I carry with honor. they go through a pretty stringent interview process, and they ask you all kinds of questions about how you believe and where you believe and what your philosophies are when it comes to this. Abortion is wrong. It just is. And while I have my own personal beliefs on a personal level when it comes to things like, what if a woman is raped, or what if there's an incest situation? At the end of the day, the state of Tennessee has phenomenal abortion laws on the books, and I see no need at all to lighten those up in any way, shape, or form. So I fully support the abortion laws that we have on the books in the state of Tennessee.
I do as well, but to answer your question, the mailing of those pills from out of state, different countries, must come to a stop immediately. It's circumventing our law. I don't agree with it. And I don't care what the circumstances are. It's not that child's fault. Abortion is abortion, and I'm going to use a strong word. It's murder. I don't believe in it. And to answer your question, we absolutely need legislation to stop the mailing of those pills.
Thank you. The next question is, we've seen in the news where many businesses have fled New York City and had to work on bailouts for large governments to help them balance their budget. What is your concern for Tennessee, especially the two large blue cities, and what we may have to do in the state legislature?
Could you repeat that last portion?
Yes. What is your concern about this issue, and what made the state legislature have to do about these issues?
Well, one of the things we don't need to do is be giving millions of dollars of our taxpayer dollars to companies like Starbucks, who don't think like us, look down on us, and don't like our way of life. We don't need to invite that type of atmosphere or businesses here, so stop wasting our tax dollars on that. We have to be extremely careful because the gentleman mentioned it earlier. We need to keep Tennessee, and as these businesses start to flee New York and other areas, and listen, Tennessee is an attractive place to raise a family, run a business, but we need to really make sure that we're not attracting people like Starbucks and giving them our taxpayer dollars and incentives that come here who don't believe in our way of life and look down on our way of life. So this is one of those things, again, where you have to know, no matter how appealing it is, or the nice, shiny red object, ooh, yes, please come to us. If they look down on us, they don't like our way of life, and they want to come here and change it, we don't want it, and we don't need it.
Tennessee's been very fortunate to be such an attractive state to do business in, and we've become one of the fastest growing states as far as acquiring new headquarters and that type of thing. Part of that comes from initiatives, if you call it, or carrot and stick, to be able to bring in some of these corporations from out of the area. Going back to, again, what John Rose talked about last week here in Dixon County. He said Starbucks. Here's the problem. Starbucks is getting essentially kicked out of Seattle because they're not liberal enough. Like, can you imagine bringing a company like that here because they're not liberal enough for Seattle? Even the mayor, according to John Rose, is boycotting Starbucks because they're not liberal enough. And yet Starbucks spent almost $5 million on educational initiatives in the South, not all over the United States, in the South, to try and educate us on DEI, LGBTQ community, boys and girls bathrooms, that kind of thing. Are you kidding me? Like, this is Tennessee. Get that crap out of here. I'm not having it. Absolutely not. And so we've got a problem, and as someone that bleeds capitalism through and through, if there's an opportunity to bring good businesses here, then yeah, absolutely. And if it takes tax incentives to do that, I'm okay with that within reason. But we have to make sure that it is a good fit for Tennessee, and to bring it down to even more of a local level. Here specifically in Dixon County, if the mayor of the county or the mayor of the city says, hey, we've got an opportunity to land this business and it's going to be a good fit for us, then I'm going to lean in. I'm going to help provide some muscle and backbone on a state level to make us look as attractive as possible to help land that business here. But if a business is looking here and the mayor says, man, this just ain't a good fit, we don't need that here, then we've got to take it the other way, and we've got to be able to be the backbone for that mayor or those elected officials to push back and say, we don't want that business operating here in the city of Dixon.
Oh, I forgot where we were there for a second.
I think we were waiting on popcorn.
You got my mind on food. Thank you for doing that. Two more questions. Here's the next to last one. As our district grows and you see an increase in homes being built and people moving in from other areas, what can you as a member of the state legislature do to ensure that we have enough infrastructure in place to support growth? How should this growth be funded?
So first of all, you lean in again to the people that are on your local utility boards. If they've got a project that's coming in, if your local mayors reach out or your county commissioners reach out and they say, hey, we've got an opportunity to land this subdivision and it's going to be a positive for the community or it's going to be a positive for the county or the district as a whole, then you kind of roll up your sleeves and say, okay, what can I do to help? I'm here. You know, as somebody that spent 8 years as mayor in the town of Pleasant View and worked with a lot of developers to bring old, bankrupt, or subdivisions that were in receivership with banks, to bring them back online, to have a new developer come in and purchase those and breathe new life in and finish those subdivisions out so that it wasn't a blight on the community. Like, I get it, I understand, making sure that we've got not just the utilities, but making sure we've got the access to roads and all those types of things. A lot of those funds come from what's called state shared revenues. And state shared revenues on a local level, those are monies that the state of Tennessee sends us back that's based off of the population that we have and also money that we're able to receive on sales tax. So those are some things that just protecting the opportunities for our local communities to receive their share of state shared revenues and making sure that those don't get throttled or those don't get choked on the state level. We got to keep our communities fully funded. The other thing also is just making sure that if you get one of your people from the utility district that says, hey, we've got an opportunity to land this, but we need some grant money or we need some help here. Just kind of being those ears on the ground, those eyes and ears, being in the trenches with them to say, hey, let me do some digging, let me see what grant opportunities there are, working with your congressman to see if there's opportunities on the federal level to receive grants to help bolster your infrastructure. Those are some key things.
So obviously, infrastructure is key. A lot of the areas that small towns and smaller counties, specifically what I feel rural counties are preyed upon by developers, is an increase in tax. A small town mayor gets excited, hey, they're gonna bring in this restaurant, or hey, they're gonna bring in these subdivisions. When the infrastructure is not already there, you get yourself into a problem. You start being more reactive, and you need to be proactive. So before you start bringing, that's why growth plans are so important at the city and county level, and sticking to those growth plans. Because once you get into a situation, if you're a small town mayor and you're already almost at capacity with your sewer system, or there's a strain on your water, then all of a sudden, here comes that sexy new developer that needs this, that, and the other. You get behind the 8 ball, because once you get behind the 8 ball, when it comes to infrastructure, you can never catch up. And again, our rural areas, like I said earlier, I think we're preyed upon. And you'll see a lot of developers come in, cut corners, and you have politicians who I don't think is done purposefully, but they see an increase in taxes, an increase in this and that, and it's almost like they put blinders on and they're missing the small things, and corners being cut. The infrastructure's not there, or if it is there by the time this development's finished, we're tapped out. Then all of a sudden, you have a whole different mess and issue that you're dealing with. So obviously, like Mr. Keenan had stated, that's a role of a state representative. If someone from Cheatham County or Dixon County, hey, we've got this development coming in, we need assistance with this grant or these funds, that's extremely important. But you also need to have a representative that's willing to sit down with the local representative and maybe have that tough conversation with the mayor. It's like, hey, Mr. Mayor, are you really sure, that this is what you want to do? And have those tough discussions, because again, once you get behind the 8 ball when it comes to infrastructure, it's almost impossible to catch up, and we're being preyed upon in rural areas by some of these developers.
Fantastic. We are at a point now, I want to combine the last 2 questions because I think we've been here an hour. My legs are starting to hurt. Everyone else gets to see it except me. I don't understand that. I'm going to work at my contract next time. But on this, this is, I'll combine these two and use this as your closing statements and take the latitude you need on these. Both these questions, one, how will you make yourself accessible to constituents in the 78th district? Will you pledge to respond to constituents' communication and maintain open office hours? If elected, what measure will you use to measure success while you're in office? What measures should constituents use to measure your success in office? Mr. Allen.
So accessibility, absolutely. Not only from, and this is a bare minimum, office hours, set standard office hours. When someone reaches out to you, it sounds simple, but it doesn't happen. You pick up the phone and you return the phone call. If someone requests a meeting, you have the meeting. Again, I don't like to oversimplify things, but sometimes it's that simple. And we have politicians at the state and local level that don't do those small things. And there's many reasons why people don't like politics, don't trust politicians. Well, that's one of them. Pick up the darn phone and call somebody back. Respond to an email, meet with them. Because guess what? In this position that you have to have thick skin. Because my entire professional career, I have dealt with what most people would consider difficult conversations, dealt with it on a daily basis. Because my job, my entire professional career is fixing problems, other people's problems. Whether it be there's a domestic, whether it be someone's child is missing. My job, my entire professional career was to show up at someone's house and solve their problem. And that's when I was talking about earlier, the sledgehammer approach. I've got a problem, this is what it is, I fix it, and to know what that problem is, you have to listen to people. Well, it goes back to my time on the school board where I actually grew and learned that the sledgehammer approach doesn't always work. Sometimes the scalpel's necessary. And going back, again, building those relationships, but when you build those relationships and have that thick skin, there are times for a scalpel, there's time for a sledgehammer, but you have to be willing to take the heat from your constituents. And they have to, and a lot of people, they just want to be heard. They don't want me to interrupt them. They don't want me to give excuses. They want me to sit there, be quiet, let them say their piece and be heard. And a lot of times that they just want to be heard. But the office hours, you have to let people listen. You have to be heard. You respond to them, because that's the bare minimum, guys. Whoever wins this race, we're here to represent you guys and hear your concerns. And back to my professional career, where what I think might be a trivial issue for him is the most important thing on Charles's mind right now, because he's reached out to his state representative. So don't be trivial. And that's one of the things that I learned in my professional experience, especially working the streets, shacking calls as a deputy sheriff. That person called me to their house for a reason. I'm state representative. That person is in my office for a reason. Listen to them, take it seriously, because it's not trivial. It doesn't matter what I think. It's my job to hear them out and come up and help them solve a problem. And listen, here's something else. Like Jody mentioned earlier, don't tell people what they want to hear. Tell them the truth. And guess what? Sometimes the truth is, I hear you, but there's absolutely nothing I can do about that. But guess what? Let's try to find a solution. And you know what? A lot of people, that's going to upset. But going back to, because when you start telling people what they want to hear and telling the truth, it's going to get yourself in trouble. So just be honest and upfront with people and listen to them. And I apologize. What was the second part of the two-part?
I don't know, I'll pull it back in here. No, it's what would you measure a success for yourself as a state legislator, and what will the citizens use that to measure?
What I measure success is I have, again, what most people think is that difficult conversation with someone, and we leave that conversation, in my mind, as success is we can still agree to disagree. We had a civil conversation. I heard them out. We still might have a difference of opinion, but I heard them out, and we can just have agree to disagree. To me, that's success. I've heard that person out, and again, the truth. I might not be able to fix that, but having that honesty with that person, in my mind, that's success. Many people, success, I won re-election. That's not my type of success. My success is someone knows if they pick up the phone and call me, they know that I'm going to answer. That's success for me. And if I have to have a difficult conversation with someone and we leave and we shake hands and we're not throwing books at each other, that's success. So that's how I manage success.
Thank you.
Are we also doing this as
Excuse me?
Are we doing additional closing remarks?
This is your additional closing remarks. And Mr. Allen, if there's anything you'd like to add, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I appreciate everyone's patience in being here tonight. It's been a long night. Mr. Keenan and myself can get a long-winded on certain issues, especially what we're passionate about and what we have experience in. But I want to thank you all for being here. Early voting is right around the corner. The only thing I ask of everybody in this room is continue to do your research. If you're not for certain, we both have voting records. Go look them up. If you want to meet with me, you have questions, call me. I'll come meet you. I'm an open book. I got thick skin. I can take it. So just again, be educated, and like some of the other individuals, voter turnout is crucial, not only in our election, but the general election in August for the county. We need to come out, we need to be vocal, and no matter what happens, as a party, we need to stick together, because if we're not careful, that supermajority that we all love and we all brag about in a short period of time could be gone if we're not careful. So thank you so much for your time, and thank you for allowing me to be here on our anniversary.
So, the measures of success. One of the ways is just making sure that you are absolutely empathetic, even if it's something that you just have no sympathy for. Because the people at that moment, at that time, that is the single most important thing on their mind. They've taken the time to reach out to you personally to have an issue. And as a state representative, our job is to be your voice on Capitol, on Capitol Hill. And so if they feel like it's important enough to reach out to you to say, I've got an issue and I need some help, even if you know there's not a snowball's chance, you still need to have empathy. You need to be able to have that discussion, because guess what? You might learn something. I used to tell our elected officials all the time in the town of Pleasant View, I really am not the sharpest person in the room, but I'm absolutely certain that I'm going to surround myself with people that are, because I want to be able to learn. I want to be able to listen. And one of the things that I have seen over and over again is people that are really smart and really intelligent have a level of empathy for everyone, regardless of color, race, creed, political ideologies. You have empathy. And that's really key. Having a servant's heart for this district as long as I have, and all of the things that we've done and accomplished over the years, both of us as elected officials, you have to have that level of empathy. You have to be able to listen. Ears on the ground. The other thing that's a key measure of your success is stories like I told earlier about Andy Lane, who got to open that business. Now that wasn't me. That wasn't because I was special. I don't take any credit for anything other than just sampling a little moonshine and going in and helping make sure that we had laws on the books so that young man could get his business open. It took a team effort. I just happened to be the lead dog in that dog sled, but it took a team effort. I couldn't get that done by myself. And so making sure that you give credit where credit is due, and if there's an opportunity for someone else to get the spotlight, absolutely. And so to me, those are ways that you measure success, is through the successful stories of people that will reach back out to you and say, you made a difference. You listened when no one else would. You absolutely helped me when I needed it most. Those are the things, those are the changes that we get to have as elected officials in each and every life that we touch. And you know what the best part is? If you believe in the butterfly effect, which, if you don't know what that is, if you don't know what that is, the short version is, like, you never know if the theory is a butterfly flaps its wings here and it can create a typhoon over in Japan because of the molecules moving through the air that gather, like the butterfly effect. You never know when that one moment is going to change someone's life that then can change someone else's life, that can have a tremendous impact on what's going on in the future of Tennessee. Not just this district, but the future of Tennessee. And so with that, I believe I've answered all the questions about the empathy aspect. Did I miss anything for as far as measures of success? Okay, all right, then there we go. So with that, you have to give it to John's wife. Let's give her a round of applause. Seriously. Leah, we hope that he takes you, no offense, Jeff, to a restaurant that has better food than the VFW in Dixon. Okay. No offense to Jeff.
Fine, Jeff.
The pizza's fantastic, Jeff, but no offense. But the beer is ice cold, and that's great. So gotta hear for that. So I'll leave it with this, guys. You've got two conservative Republicans that are up here. You've got Christian conservatives that want what's best for this district. Your job as voters and people that are listening in this room is to go in and say, who do I feel like I'm more closely aligned with? And at the end of the day, I pray that it's me. I hope it's me. If there's questions that you have, I'd love to answer those on a one-on-one. But at the end of the day, the single most important thing I can tell you to do is go vote. There's a lot of people that this building represents, the VFW here, that have gone out and they put their lives on the line, or they sacrificed and gave all, so that all of us in this country have the ability to go vote, and vote in a free country without oppression and without fear of retributions. So we absolutely have to take care of that. I can tell you that my role as a leader has always been to make sure that I'm listening. Because I can go up there and I can say I want to do all these amazing things for this district and the people in this district, but if I don't have input from the people that are here to say this is what's important to me, I'm just, as the Bible would say, a noisy gong, or God bless you, God bless you. As the Bible would say, just a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. And that's not what you want for your next politician that's going up there, because at the end of the day, this district needs to be represented and represented well. It's an awesome district. We've got some amazing opportunities that are going on here in Dixon and Cheatham counties. And I would be absolutely honored. I'd be blessed to have your vote. I humbly ask for your vote. Mayor, thank you for your years of service. And guys, I'm gonna close it with this. We got a house full of Republicans here. Danny Williams, stand up for a second. Thank you, Danny. Danny Williams is in a dogfight for the next mayor of Dixon County, and it's one that we cannot afford to lose. So regardless of whichever one you vote for up here on this stage, you absolutely need to vote for that man. It's critically important to the success of Dixon County. With that, God bless. Danny, best of luck to you, and we'll see you, I guess, in another week or so at your next candidate forum, so thank you.
That is absolutely fantastic. And I know that there's so many of you Republicans in here, but here comes an old man story, so get in your bunker. But dealing with Republican politics in Middle Tennessee and this district all these years, there are people that came before these folks that beat on the door to get where they are today. They never won an election. You will not know their names. I'll tell you their names after the fact. You'll know who they are. But they fought for the Republican conservative cause when this state was blue. Then you have people like Mary Littleton, Brian Reagan, Jody Barrett, Michael Curcio that actually kicked the door down. I am so impressed that we have quality candidates like this to choose from to represent us in Nashville. So give them a great hand one more time. Since I have an outdoor voice, all candidates come up front to get your picture made. Come on up. And thanks for being here.
Sorry, no, you're good. Go ahead. If I didn't get out of your way, I will.
All right, the time is 6:30, so I think we're ready to begin. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us for tonight's 78th District Candidate Forum. My name is Justin Spurlock, and along with Kate Bergen, we will serve as your moderators this evening. Tonight's forum is being hosted and sponsored by the Kingston Springs Gazette and the Dixon County Times as a public service to voters throughout the district. So please, after you leave here tonight, check out the ksgazette.com and the dixontimes.com for all of your local news in the Kingston Springs area and in Dixon County. Now, our goal tonight is simple. It's to provide voters with an opportunity to hear directly from the candidates seeking to represent them and learn where they stand on the issues affecting our community. We appreciate all of the candidates for their willingness to participate and all of you for taking the time to be here tonight. Before we begin, I'd like to briefly review the rules and the format for tonight's event. All qualified candidates were invited to participate tonight, and all three candidates that are currently still seeking this office are here this evening. Each candidate will receive equal speaking time throughout the evening. The order of opening statements will be determined by a random draw, and we did that draw just prior to the candidates getting up here, and we will actually start with Mr. Keenan here in just a few moments. The order of responses will then rotate throughout the evening so that each candidate will have an equal opportunity to answer first. Candidates will have 2 minutes for an opening statement. We will have 90 seconds to answer each question, so each candidate will have 90 seconds to answer each question, and then at the end we will have 2 minutes for closing statements. Kate will be keeping the time. When time expires, we will ask candidates to conclude their remarks so that we can remain fair to everyone participating. Questions were collected from members of the public and reviewed by the moderators. All questions were selected in advance and provided to the candidates at least a week before tonight's event. So we will not be taking any questions from the audience during the forum, just due to time. We ask audience members to refrain from cheering or booing or interrupting the candidates during this event. We appreciate your help in maintaining a respectful atmosphere so that everyone can be heard. Candidates are expected to address their remarks to the audience, not directly to one another. Personal attacks, interruptions, inappropriate language will not be permitted. And as moderators, our role is to facilitate this discussion, enforce the rules fairly, keep everybody focused on the issues. We're not going to be debating the candidates or expressing any personal opinions on any topics discussed tonight. That is for our candidates to do. So with that said, at this time, we will introduce tonight's candidates. So they will go in this order. We've got Mr. Keenan down here at the end, and then followed by him, we will have Mr. Llewellyn give his opening statement, and then Dr. Farmer, who's in the middle here, will give us the opening statement third, and then we will, of course, rotate. So at this time, Mr. Keenan, you have 2 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you, everyone, for being here this evening and braving the weather to come out tonight. My name is Gary Keenan. I'm running for District 78, House of Representatives. I'm born and raised in this district, class of 1989 from Cheatham County Central High School. For people in the room trying to do the math backwards, I'm 54 years old and officially the oldest person in this race. I will not hold the youth and inexperience of my opponents against them. So, thank you, Ronald Reagan. Born and raised again in this district, and went to college at Nashville Tech, also graduated from Austin Peay State University. Had an opportunity to get into politics in the town of Pleasant View in 2004. Ran for city council and was elected city council and then appointed vice mayor in 2005. Spent 4 years doing that, absolutely loved it. Served on our Parks and Rec board, served on our planning commission, then ran for mayor in Pleasant View, Tennessee in 2012. Was reelected in 2016, and as a Republican and conservative, I firmly believe in term limits. And so after 12 years of serving in the town of Pleasant View, I decided I would term limit myself out. And then politics has a way of getting you back involved in from time to time. And so got elected to the Cheatham County Republican Party in 2023, and then reelected as chairman in 2025. And then I had an opportunity to do this. And so I said, you know what, we're going to be prayerful over it. We're going going to kind of put it into some people's hands that are smarter than I am to get their opinion and feedback, and here we are. And I've loved every second of this race. It's been amazing meeting the people in Dixon County. I've loved reconnecting with a lot of folks over in Cheatham County, and I would love to be your next state representative for this district, and I ask for your support and your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan. If you will pass the mic down to Mr. Llewellyn, and John, you will have 2 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you, Justin. Good evening, everyone. Again, as Justin mentioned, I'm John Llewellyn. I'm running for District 78 State Representative to be the Republican nominee for this race. I have lived in Pegram since 2007. As my wife always likes to joke, I'm a Yankee. I'm a transplant. Been here almost 20 years, and people in Pegram still consider me an outsider, but the outsider that they like. So I've been here, again, for almost 20 years. Before I moved here and met my beautiful wife, Leah, who's lived in Middle Tennessee her whole life, my professional background is in law enforcement. I was a deputy sheriff, served at a large sheriff's office outside of Cincinnati. When I met my beautiful wife, I made the decision, this will be the only time you hear me say this, but she had 2 children, and they're my stepchildren, but they're mine. So I made the decision. It was easier for me to pack up and move here and be with my beautiful wife and my 2 kids. So I moved to Pegram. I've been there ever since. And during my time in Pegram, was not happy about some of the things that were going on in our school system. Amazing teachers, amazing employees. The leadership, maybe not so much. So that's when I decided to get involved, ran for the Cheatham County School Board, and served for 8 years. During my service, I served as chair and vice chair. At that time, I too believe in term limits. I made the decision in 8 years, if I couldn't do and accomplish what I wanted to, what was another 4 years going to do? One of the best decisions we ever made was to hire Dr. Beck, left her in great hands, so I decided to move on. At that point, I served as mayor of Pegram for 4 years. Very similar situation. I went in the 4 years with several goals, met those goals, and again made the decision, hey, what can I do in another 4 years that I haven't already accomplished? This opportunity presented itself. That's why I'm here tonight. I'm here to serve. I decided to get involved not because of an opportunity, but because I wanted to serve. And I'm looking forward to it and hopefully get to earn everyone's support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. If you'll pass it to Dr. Farmer. Dr. Farmer, you'll now have 2 minutes for an opening statement.
Greetings and salutations, everyone. I am Dr. Anaya Farmer, and I'm running to serve as your next state representative for District 78. I'm an educator, a school leader, and a wife. I'm also a resident of the Ashland City community. You've probably seen me walk up and down Main Street. My work has required me to manage data, support teachers, solve problems, and listen to families. And it is important that the decisions that are being made, they impact students in communities every day. And I know that firsthand being in the school system. I'm not just running for a title. I'm running because I want to understand the state decisions and how they show up in people's lives, how they show up in our classrooms, in our roads, our hospitals, on our farms, and in our small business and working families' budget. I decided to join this race because of all of those things I just mentioned. As an educator, I've seen what happens when public schools are expected to do more with less. I have had to pull money out of my own pockets to support our students. But for me, this race is more than just about education. This is about the rural communities, making sure they're not overlooked. It's about our aging roads, our bridges, and our responsible growth, our access to healthcare, and just supporting our farmers, because my last name is Farmer, but I'm also a farmer. I have a small farm in Christiana, Tennessee. I went into ag, but look where I'm at now. So, I believe District 78 deserves a representative who's going to listen first, show up consistently, and fight for the people, and not just politics. I'm a Democrat, but I'm not running to represent a party, I'm running to represent the people. Tonight, all of you hear my heart, my preparation, and my commitment to serving with integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Farmer. If you'll pass that to Mr. Llewellyn, we're going to go ahead and enter the question phase of tonight's event. We have 10 questions here that we're going to ask, and we're going to try to go in order here, and I'm going to try to keep everybody straight. So for the first question, Mr. Llewellyn, you will go first. Dr. Farmer, you'll go second. And Mr. Keenan will wrap us up on this first question. All right, so this first question has to do with infrastructure. Many rural roads and bridges are aging in the 78th district. How would you prioritize infrastructure funding? We'll start with you, Mr. Llewellyn.
Thank you, Justin. So just so everyone knows, we've got 90 seconds. So there's a lot more substance to some of these answers. So if you have any questions, please let us know. I don't like to oversimplify things, and sometimes government likes to do the exact opposite. But I will tell you, this answer is pretty easy in my mind. Safety takes top priority. If we have unsafe roads or bridges, obviously that needs to take top priority. That's where our funding needs to go. That's a no-brainer in my mind. What is concerning to me and keeps running through my mind is I feel like our rural areas, specifically District 78 being one of them, we often get ignored when it comes to infrastructure because a lot of the emphasis is placed on larger cities, more economic impact, and I feel like often we're left out. So we need a situation where we're going to have a representative who has the fortitude to stand up to the bureaucrats, obviously work with them and situations, but not always are we going to have the situation where we get along and we need to basically have a little bit of pushback. I'm not going to Nashville to look for a fight, but I'm not afraid of one either. And there are some things worth fighting for. Our infrastructure is one of them. And you'll see throughout the evening, my personality is going to come out a little bit. And with some of my answers, again, I'm not looking for a confrontation or a fight, but I'm not afraid of one either. And infrastructure is one of those where we need our due diligence and we need to be paid attention to in rural Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. If you'll pass that mic to Dr. Farmer. Dr. Farmer, the same question. Many rural roads and bridges are aging. How would you prioritize infrastructure funding?
So yes, I would prioritize infrastructure by safety, need, and also just economic impact. So I'm not one who, I'm not trying to be the loudest voice at the Capitol, but I am trying to make sure that Tennessee, our infrastructure is being taken care of. We have hundreds of deficient infrastructure, deficient bridges in rural communities. And oftentimes we're pushed behind because their focus is on the larger cities. When a bridge is unsafe or a road is failing, that impacts our school buses, our emergency response, our farmers for moving goods, and just families trying to get to work. And so I want to make sure I'm fighting for District 78 to receive its fair share of TDOT funding and that rural projects are not pushed behind. Larger cities simply push behind because the larger cities simply have fewer people. Infrastructure is not just about concrete and asphalt, it's about safety, economic opportunity, and our quality of life.
Thank you, Dr. Farmer. Mr. Keenan, same question. Many rural roads and bridges are aging. How would you prioritize infrastructure funding?
So for this district specifically, we absolutely have to stay on top of safety first. As you guys know, we had a situation here in Dixon County where the bridge over the Piney was closed. And it's put a huge hardship on people that live on the other side of that bridge. They're used to taking that on their way home, back and forth to work, that type of thing. In speaking with our road superintendent over in Cheatham County, we have several bridges that are probably going to be facing the same fate if we don't do something and do something sooner rather than later. We have to have constant communication with our leaders in this district to make sure that we are staying on top of our infrastructure needs. Part of that, though, is also taking those back to the state of Tennessee, back to the Capitol, to make sure that we've got people's attention there as well. I actually have had 2 meetings with Chairman Dan Howell, who's the chairman, or Representative Dan Howell, who's the chairman of the Transportation Committee. Right now, hopefully you didn't mean that, Kate. Right now, the state of Tennessee is right at $55 billion with a B behind on its infrastructure in the state of Tennessee. That's not an easy check to write, but we are very blessed that in the state of Tennessee, we're a pay-as-you-go state. We don't go into huge debt unnecessarily. We don't spend now and tax later. We work hard on those things. So working with the people at TDOT, making sure that things get prioritized correctly based off of safety first, and then making sure that we're also staying on top of our budget needs is key.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan. If you'll pass that to Dr. Farmer, we'll go ahead and move on to question 2 here. Did you want to fix that?
Pause. What's the over-under on me doing that again?
Let's go ahead and move on to question number 2. And so for this question, Dr. Farmer, you will go first, and then if you don't mind, pass it over to Mr. Keenan. He'll go second, and then we'll close out with Mr. Llewellyn for question 2 here. Question 2 has to do with schools. Tennessee continues to debate school funding and school choice. Where do you stand on these issues?
Let me say this. I went to private school. I'm a graduate of Lipscomb Academy, but my parents and grandparents worked hard and sacrificed to send me there. There was no taxpayer dollars involved in me going to Lipscomb Academy. But as an educator, this is personal for me. I've worked in schools for 7 years, and I have supported teachers, and I've also have seen what happens when schools are expected to do more with less. And I believe that parents should have a voice in their child's education, but I don't believe we can use public dollars to weaken the public schools. Public schools serve every child. They serve the students with disabilities. They serve our students who are multilingual learners, students in poverty, our gifted students, and also students whose families have no other option. Tennessee has invested in the TISA, but we still need to make sure funding is actually reaching classrooms, supporting our teachers, and meeting the needs of every student in the state of Tennessee. My priority is simple: fully fund public schools first.
Thank you, Dr. Farmer. Mr. Keenan, we'll go with you for this question as well, and I'll repeat the question. Tennessee continues to debate school funding and school choice. Where do you stand on these issues?
Well, in reference to the question of school funding and school choice, funding our schools is not an option that we need to play with. We absolutely need to make sure that our schools stay 100% funded publicly. As the parents, my wife and I had 2 teenagers. At the same time, one teenager was in Cheatham County school system, public system, our others was in private school education. I understand all too well how important it is to make sure that our public schools stay fully funded. I know that the law is currently on the books now, and what we have to do is we say, okay, whether you're for the Education Freedom Scholarship Program or not, the law's on the books now. So what are we going to do to maintain it? What are we going to do to make sure that it's run efficiently? I think we start with transparency, make sure that we understand where the dollars are going, make sure that we understand where they're coming from and how it's going to be spent. I think the other part is making sure that we are staying on top of the fiscal note of that to make sure that it's not getting out of control. Also, we have to make absolutely certain that our schools, as top-notch as we love to think that they are, we have to make certain that people understand that there's always room for improvement. Our current school system needs help. On several metrics, they're listed as average. I'm not okay with the average guy. I want our school systems in Dixon and Cheatham County to be in the top 20% across the state. Right now, focusing more funding towards our higher grade educations, our high schools, is key. Making sure also that we're focusing on our trades is also key, because not everybody's geared to go to college. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan. If you'll pass that all the way down here to Mr. Llewellyn, we'll ask you the same question here. Tennessee continues to debate school funding and school choice. Where do you stand on this issue?
Thank you, Justin. So to start off with, I 100% support parent choice. Parents should be involved in their child's education. What I don't agree with, and will continue to disagree with, is using our taxpayer dollars to fund a choice. Every parent has their right to send their child to public school, private school, or homeschool. I'm completely fine with that. I want that involvement, and I'll support that. What I'm not okay with is our taxpayer dollars being used for a choice to send that child to private school. Something else that was mentioned, transparency. Transparency is key. We have hundreds of millions of dollars that are going out the door, and we don't know where the money's going. This is the second session where where a bill didn't even make it out of committee, where they're trying to track where our taxpayer dollars are going. Even if you support the Education Freedom Act, even if I supported it in theory, not knowing where my taxpayer dollars are going should be an alarm for everyone in this room. We don't know where the money's going, and that's concerning in any program in the state of Tennessee. So again, we need parent involvement, we need parent choice, but as taxpayers, we shouldn't pay for that choice. Funding, we'll get into this a little bit later because I'm running low on time. Our teachers in school districts need to be supported, feel supported. They're not, and I'm almost out of time, but we'll talk about that hopefully a little bit later.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. If you'll pass it down to Mr. Keenan, we'll start with him for question number 3 here. So, 78th District has a lot of great little small towns in the district.
It does.
How can communities balance growth while preserving the rural character?
You know, I feel like of all of the candidates that are up here, I've probably got the most experience in how to accomplish this. In the role of mayor for the town of Pleasant View, being right off the interstate, growth was always a challenge. Too much of it, not enough of it, and we constantly had to hit that balance between the citizens that wanted more growth and the ones that didn't. Part of that also goes back to what do we do with the farmlands that we have? There's so many farmers that are so crucial to this district that are ready to retire, and their kids don't want to take over the farm. And so their retirement plan is to sell the land. And who typically buys that? Developers. So I think if you are working hard with your local municipalities, your local counties, and their planning commissions, making sure that they have codes on the books that give more teeth to the planning commissions to have more say in what goes where and how, that's a great first start. From a state standpoint, I think just helping to be the backbone for those folks when they need it, especially our local elected officials, is crucial. Because there's a lot of times that those guys really need some extra oomph behind them to say, yeah, we need to push back on this, or no, this is something that we would love to have. So I think striking that balance is key, definitely. I'm ready to do it. Track record shows it.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan. If you'll pass that down to Mr. Llewellyn, I'll ask you the same question, and then we'll close out with Dr. Farmer on this third question. 78th District is full of these great small towns. How can communities balance the growth while preserving the rural character?
Absolutely, so thank you. So involvement, communities need to be involved and have a say-so what's going on in their community. A perfect example is when I took over as mayor, we took feedback from residents, what they wanted bigger and what they don't want, and at that point, it took us well over a year. We closely looked at zoning and planning, rewrote a lot of those laws to reflect what our community wants. What you need to be is proactive instead of reactive. A lot of times, government in general is very reactive to an issue, and at that point, when you're reactive, you already have laws on the books, and you can't change and should not change rules of planning in the middle of an issue. You need to be proactive, see what's coming, because growth is coming. It's coming to Cheatham County, it's coming to Dixon County, so we need to be proactive, and the way communities enforce that and have a say-so is zoning and ordinances and things of that nature. So again, we need to have involvement. Just like tonight in this room, people are here, you need to ask questions, and you need to have a say-so and hold your elected officials accountable, because that's the way that we have a say-so, and to keep that community and that small town feel, because it's coming. I mean, and if you take the reactive approach, it's going to be too late.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. If you'll pass that to Dr. Farmer, we'll ask you this same question. How can communities balance growth while preserving their rural character?
I think Llewellyn said it best. Growth is coming, but growth without planning becomes a burden. So I live in Ashland City, and I understand why people want to protect the character of our community. At the state level, I would support policies that help communities plan for infrastructure, protect farmland, but also manage development responsibly, and make sure state initiatives don't ignore local impact. We can't say yes to every project without asking who benefits, who pays, what happens to our roads, schools, utilities, farmlands, and emergency services. Growth should strengthen our communities, not erase them. And one of the things that's going to be important is getting the voices of that community before decisions are made.
Thank you, Dr. Farmer. If you will pass that down to Mr. Llewellyn here for question number 4. And for question number 4, we'll start with Mr. Llewellyn, we'll go to Dr. Farmer, and then we'll finish out with Mr. Keenan. Question number 4 has to do with sober living homes. And I believe this was the most asked question when we opened this up to the public. So there's a lot of people wondering about this. Here's the question. Can each candidate please explain his or her position on regulations for sober living homes?
Yes, sir. So I will tell you, out of all the time the past several months that I've spent in Dixon, this is the #1 issue that I hear from people. It affects their daily lives, and it's not a joking matter, but I'm going to do a joke. My wife and I are in Dixon constantly. I keep the lights on at some of the stores there in Dixon because we shop there so much. And although I don't live in Dixon, I see it firsthand on a daily basis. Everyone is entitled to treatment. They should be able to have treatment, but things are going unchecked. We need a situation where, and I'll give props to the local officials, the city mayor in Dixon, the county mayor, the local officials have done everything that they are able to do. Their hands are tied. There's nothing that they can do regarding these sober living facilities. Again, everybody deserves treatment, but they need help at the state and federal level. One of the things that needs to be done at the state level is there needs to be some type of accountability to where the locals, the county mayor, the mayor of the city of Dixon, they need to be able to enforce their local zoning planning laws. They're not able to do that right now. A perfect example is, again, with everyone having the right to treatment, in theory, in a residential neighborhood, there can be a home with 15 or 20 individuals in that sober living facility, and the city can do nothing about it. Most of the time, the city doesn't even know that they're there unless they get a call from first responders. So the locals need to have more control, and I'm running out of time, but I've even proposed legislation that I'm prepared to present if I am lucky enough to win regarding inmates on furlough in sober living facilities. So I'd be happy to talk to anybody about that.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. You'll pass that to Dr. Farmer. And Dr. Farmer, we'll ask you the same question here. Can you please explain your position on the regulations of sober living facilities?
So I believe in recovery because I believe people deserve the opportunity to rebuild their lives. But I also believe sober living facilities must be safe, ethical, and accountable. And this is not an attack on those people in recovery. It's about making sure facilities are properly supervised, residents are supported, and neighborhoods are respected. Bad actors are not allowed to profit off of that vulnerable population. And I know Tennessee is trying to move forward with allowing more local regulation, and I support clear statewide standards around safety, transparency, also referrals and accountability when it comes to our sober living facilities.
Thank you, Dr. Farmer. You'll pass that down to Mr. Keenan. We'll ask you the same question here. Can you please tell us your position on the regulation of sober living facilities?
So I used to tell my city council all the time when we would be faced with a really difficult question or a really difficult situation, doing nothing is not an option. And I believe that's what we have here. If I meet 10 people on the street in Dixon, 8 of them are going to ask me about this question. It's a real problem and one that we can't ignore. So the question being, what can we do about, or what's the position on the regulations? It's very simple. We've got to absolutely work from the top down. Now, for people that don't know, sober living homes are often protected by the Fair Housing Act, which is a federal law, and the ADA, which is also a federal law. It really handcuffs your local level of people to be able to do anything, to have regulations that they can put in place. There's only so much they can do locally. But in talks with the sheriff here, Tim Eads, with the city police chief, with our county mayor, with our city mayor, with Bob Ryle, these guys all know there's more that we can do, but we've got to have help from the top down. I've had those conversations with our congressman. I'm willing to have those conversations on a local level with our sober living facilities. I think that's the first place we can start, is having them kind of start policing themselves, and they're not doing that right now. Cheatham County, by stark contrast, their sober living homes do a phenomenal job. I want to bring that model here. I want to make sure that our local officials have the teeth that they need to get things done locally.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan. If you'll pass that to Dr. Farmer. Dr. Farmer, you can be the first one to answer question 5 here. We'll go from Dr. Farmer, back to Mr. Keenan, and then on this question we'll end with Mr. Llewellyn. So question 5 is another question that has to do with education. So what changes, if any, would you make to public education in Tennessee, Dr. Farmer?
Yes, if I had a magic wand, I would make public education policy more connected to what is happening in the classrooms. As an educator and school leader, I know teachers need support, not mandates. So I would make sure we're focusing on teacher retention, special education services, early literacy, and math intervention, as well as mental health support, and our career pathways. I would also push for more accountability on how our taxpayer dollars are being spent. We cannot keep passing laws about education without listening to our educators, families, and students. Public education is workforce development. It is economic development. It is community development.
Thank you, Dr. Farmer. We'll go to Mr. Keenan next. Mr. Keenan, what changes, if any, would you make to public education in Tennessee?
Sure, thank you. So probably touching back on what we were discussing earlier, we need to focus a lot on our trades right now. Kids now more than ever, especially from when I was in high school many decades ago, kids now more than ever can come out of high school, they can go to tech schools, and in 2 to 3 years can be making $80,000 to $100,000 as electrical, people in the electrical field, HVAC techs, plumbers. We need to really be opening the doors in our schools to make sure that they have what they need funding-wise to really shine on these tech programs. CTE is fantastic, and we need that in our school systems. The other thing is like I said, making sure that those are fully funded. And I'm smart enough to recognize that as a supporter of the Education Freedom Scholarship Plan, that if our public schools were where they needed to be, people probably wouldn't be so desperate to send their kids, unless for religious purposes, they probably wouldn't be so desperate to send their kids to find education in a private situation where they feel like they're going to get better education. We all want what's best for our kids. That should be the main focus, and however that looks, we all should want what's best for our children to equip them to come into the world to be the best that they can be, because they are the next generation. It's not this guy here with the gray hair, it's them. They're the next generation, and we got to do what we can to make them succeed.
Thank you, Mr. King. We'll close out question 5 here with Mr. Llewellyn, and I'll repeat the question. What changes, if any, would you make to public education in Tennessee?
Thank you. So my time serving, the 8 years serving on the school board, I learned quite a bit. I think points that have been brought up by the individuals up here next to me, Dr. Farmer, Mr. Keenan, I think everybody can agree with that. Yes, everybody supports CTE. Great points that were brought up. What I'm concerned with is teacher retention. Out of the entire country, Tennessee is worse with we're losing our teachers. They do not want to get in the profession. Our funding, we're one of the worst in the country in funding. We're number 1 in losing teachers. We have an issue. We have a morale issue. And it doesn't help right now. Our public school systems are under attack. Anytime you hear anything about public education, it's an attack. What public schools are doing wrong, what they're doing wrong. To a point, yes, absolutely, and I've said it and I'll continue to say it. Parents have a choice, and they should have a say-so in their education. And to Mr. Keenan's point, great, if you feel like you want to send your child to private school, that's perfect, just not my tax dollars. So again, we have a morale issue. We have teachers that are being overwhelmed in the classroom. They don't feel supported. These kids and teachers, there's over-testing that's going on. Teachers are more concerned about the test than anything else. The tests are tied to their evaluations. So there's a lot that can be done. We have amazing public schools. We have amazing people in there. But ultimately, when you simplify it, they're not supported. They don't feel supported. There's a lot of work that we can do.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. You'll pass it down to Mr. Keenan. For question number 6, we'll start with Mr. Keenan. We'll go back to Mr. Llewellyn, and we'll end with Dr. Farmer on question number 6. So we're halfway through. It's just past 7 o'clock, so we're doing good. All right, here's question number 6. How would you ensure taxpayer dollars are spent efficiently?
Thank you. So being a fiscally conservative Republican and proud of my track record in Pleasant View of being either on budget or under budget all 8 years of my administration, This is something that's near and dear to my heart. Tennessee actually has its kind of own version of Doge to make sure that fraud and waste, if we find it, we need to kill it. That's first and foremost. And I think that there's not a person in this room, regardless of what political spectrum you're on, that would say that the government spends every dollar as it should. We all know that there's room for improvement, no matter who's in charge. Also, though, you have to recognize the fact that Tennessee is ranked in the top in this entire nation for how it spends its money. U.S. News and World Report has us listed as #1, being the most fiscally responsible state in the nation. That's fantastic. And I'm going to absolutely say, I think having a Republican majority, supermajority between the House, the Senate, and the governor, need to get a lot of credit for that. But I think also it goes back to our rural roots as well. It's how we were raised. We all live on a budget here. We all don't spend beyond our means. And we have to take that same mentality to the state of Tennessee. I'm happy that we are where we are financially, being listed as #1 in the nation. That's something to be really proud of. Could be a whole lot worse. We could be California.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan. We'll pass that down to Mr. Llewellyn. I'll ask you the same question here. So, how can you ensure that taxpayer dollars are spent efficiently?
So, something I did mention earlier, the past 19 years, I have served as a federal contractor tasked with identifying fraud, waste, and abuse in our Medicare and Medicaid programs. Folks, I'm here to tell you, there's waste and abuse at every level of government. Local level, not so much fraud, I don't want to make that bold of a statement, but there's always waste and abuse that can be found. To Mr. Keenan's comment, absolutely we need to root that out. It's there. The reason I bring up my background is I look at things a little bit differently. With my law enforcement background and then the fraud, waste, and abuse that I've been doing the past 20 years, when I have an issue or a problem, I look at it with a different mindset, a different set of eyes, because I know it's there. I've seen it every day for the past 19 years. We can always do a better job, but it's there. And I really want to point that out because, again, I look at things differently. And a lot of times you need to have the fortitude to make tough calls and tough decisions. And if there's a program that's not working, it needs to be fixed. If it can't be fixed, then we need to eliminate it. And when I spoke earlier about my personality, not looking for a fight, but not afraid of one either, that's where my personality, my background comes in. When there is an issue where some might not feel as comfortable or don't what they would perceive as confrontation, that's not confrontation to me. That's being fiscal conservative and guarding our taxpayer dollars. So again, look at things a little bit differently, but it's there and we do have lots of room for improvement.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. We'll close out here with Dr. Farmer, and I'll ask you this same question. How would you ensure that taxpayer dollars are spent efficiently?
Yes, so I'm currently finishing up my Master's of Business Administration at the University of Kentucky, and one of the things that I have learned from that program is auditing and reporting. So taxpayer dollars should be tied to transparency as well as results. I support audits, public reporting, and just strong oversight of state contracts, incentives, and programs. If the state gives money to a company or a program or an initiative, taxpayers deserve to know what they're getting in return. Are jobs being created? Are students improving in school? Are roads being fixed? Are families being helped? I'm not interested in waste, political favors, or blank checks. I believe in responsible budgeting because working families do it every month. Families have to make every dollar count, and I believe the state government should do the same.
Thank you, Dr. Farmer. For question number 7, we'll start with Mr. Llewellyn here, and we'll go to Dr. Farmer. Back to Mr. Keenan to close out question 7. Tonight, actually, here in White Bluff, City Council is meeting to talk about data centers, and that's going to be our next question here. So question number 7 is this: data centers are a growing topic of discussion across Tennessee. What is your position on data center development and regulation?
So I'll start this off by saying the fear of the unknown. And what I mean by that is we don't know what the effects are going to be. We don't know how it's going to affect our water supply. We don't know how the runoff is going to affect our local farmer. We don't know how it's going to affect our electrical grid. So the fear of the unknown, and the unknown can be dangerous. I am very pleased that, for example, in White Bluff, Cheatham County tonight, because oftentimes, and I'll give credit where credit is due, oftentimes government is reactive. This particular issue, I've been pleasantly surprised, a lot of local government is being proactive, having conversations on moratoriums, having conversations like they are in Cheatham County tonight in White Bluff, instituting zoning and planning to have restrictions, to have oversight, because much like growth, these data centers are coming. And locally, we need to get involved. And again, I'm very pleased to see a more of a proactive approach. But the fear of the unknown bothers me. And we need to get involved. This is anyone in this room, if you're going to get dialed in on anything in your local government, you need to get dialed in on this one. Because these data centers are coming. We need to be proactive, get the guidelines out there and the restrictions, and ask the questions, because we don't know how it's going to affect us. And I'm worried again about the unknown and how it's going to affect our water supplies, power grid, but they're coming. So next time you see one of your local officials, thank them for being proactive, because that's the approach that we have to take on these data centers. We have to be proactive and educated.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. Dr. Farmer, we'll go to you next and ask the same question here. Data centers are a growing topic of discussion across Tennessee. What is your position on data center development and regulation?
So, data centers may bring investment, but as a Tennessee resident and just all the other Tennesseans, we have to be careful not to give away too much without protecting our local communities. So these projects can place a major pressure on electricity, water, land, and infrastructure. And I'm a strong believer in my position is no blank checks and no backroom deals. Before data centers receive any type of state support or incentives, there should be transparency. How is this going to impact my utility? So a utility impact study, an environmental review, and just also protection for our taxpayers and families. Because the last thing that I want to see for our working families is their utility bill to rise so a large corporation can profit. Economic development should benefit Tennessee communities, but it shouldn't burden them.
Thank you, Dr. Farm. And Mr. King, we'll close out with you, and I'll ask this question one more time here. Data centers are a growing topic of discussion across Tennessee. What is your position on data center development and regulation?
They're not a good fit for this district, just point blank. That's a very simple answer. That being said, we also need to recognize, though, that none of us want to lose the data center race to China. Everyone in this room has one of these, and it operates from data centers. Every one of us in this room don't understand just how much we're relying on data centers. And the reason why there's such a push in this country is because we don't want China controlling the data that we all send back and forth in our cell phones tonight when we're on the way home. We don't want them tracking where we're going. We don't want them tracking what we're doing. So we need to make sure that we've got a solution for that. And I think part of that solution comes from conversation that I had last week when Congressman John Rose was in Ashland City, and I asked him this question in his town hall. What do we do about this? And he said, as far as the water supply, one of the things that if he's elected governor, is he'll push to make sure that data centers use what's called a closed loop water supply. Similar to what Elon Musk did with his project that he put down in Memphis, making sure that we're not doing anything to pollute the water. Also working to make sure that as much as we love our cold air and electricity, we don't want to overpay for it. So if data centers are coming in, we want to make sure that they're carrying the share of the load from TVA and not the people sitting in this room. We also want to make sure that we are working on an ECD level to say, okay, state of Tennessee has ECD departments, let's empower them to reach out to our local communities and our counties to find out what counties are open and welcoming these, and then let's focus the data centers going in those directions.
Thank you, Mr. Keaton. If you'll pass that to Dr. Farmer, we'll move on to question number 8 here. Question number 8, how would you work with municipalities throughout the district to ensure that they feel supported by state government?
Yes, if elected as state representative, I'm not trying to just show up during election season because we see it too often. I want to maintain regular communication with our mayors, county leaders, school board, emergency services, and just also local officials across District 78. My job would be to take their concerns to Nashville. I'm up and down Highway 12 all the time, and I want to make sure, if elected, I'm going to continue to do that. Nashville needs help, as well as District 78, to make sure we're able to just navigate different problems that are happening. So for example, and I'm going to be transparent here, a lot of the times our smaller communities don't have the same access or lobbying power as larger cities. And I want to make sure their voices are heard before decisions are made, not after the fact.
Thank you, Dr. Farmer. If you'll pass that down to Mr. Keenan, I'll ask you the same question here, question number 8. How would you work with municipalities throughout the district to ensure that they feel supported by state government?
Thank you. So in Cheatham County, we have what's called an ECD board, and that is made up of your county mayor and then your 4 municipal mayors. We all work together in that board, side by side, locked arm in arm when it came to things that we needed to try and get done, whether it was new commercial development coming in, whether it was somebody wanting to bring an industrial something, or just finding a way to help promote small businesses. This is something that was really well done in Cheatham County, and I really enjoyed my 8 years on that board, working side by side with the other mayors, because we all spoke the same language. We were all in the trenches together. You know, my wife, who's here in the back of the room tonight, so she was the director of the Chamber of Commerce for 8 years, and I got the pleasure of being her plus one to a lot of events all over Cheatham County. So I didn't just stay in Pleasant View, and it was neat to be able to see the different needs in the different municipalities that I would go to, because what we needed in Pleasant View was entirely different from what they needed down in Kingston Springs. And I'm finding that that is common here as well. So working to make sure that there is an open line of communication between your state representative on the state level, making sure that your local communities are aware of grant opportunities, making sure that they understand funding things that are coming through, working with your local police departments or your sheriff's department to make sure that they understand what legislation is coming in. Like, these are all things, and it just really, honestly, Justin, it starts with communication. Or, as my dad would say, over-communicate.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan. If you'll pass it down to Mr. Llewellyn, we'll close out question 8 here, and I'll repeat the question real quick. How would you work with municipalities throughout the district to ensure that they feel supported by state government?
Thank you. So I think everyone in this room can agree with everything that was just said by my 2 colleagues up here. My point is, it's all about relationships. The 8 years that I served on the Cheatham County School Board and 4 as mayor, I've built relationships with local officials, mayors, council members, board members, so having those relationships matter. The ones that I don't have relationships, I've been extremely intentional about building those relationships, especially here in Dixon County over the past several months, to build those relationships so they know, again, not making assumptions, but if I am lucky enough to serve, they know that we've built that personal and professional relationship. So if I am lucky enough to serve, they know day one that I'll hit the ground running and that they can pick up the phone and that if they call me, I'm going to answer. If they want to meet in Nashville, if they want to meet in Pleasant View, they want to meet in Ashley, they know that I'm going to be there because we have those relationships, and it all starts with trust. If I've earned their trust, that's how we communicate, work together, and that's how we get things done. So in my mind, it all starts with relationships. Have them, building them, and we'll continue to foster those relationships. So again, so we can work together for what's best for District 78, and completely agree with everything that the 2 to my left here just said. But in my mind, it all starts having those relationships. And when I hit the ground running, if I'm lucky enough to serve day one, there's no learning curve.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. If you'll pass it down to Mr. Keenan, we'll start with you for question number 9 here. So we've got 2 more. Mr. Keenan, what role should state government play in supporting small businesses?
Well, I think for the most part, as a free market capitalist, I'm going to tell you that we should stay out of the way and let small businesses do what they do best. Let's let these entrepreneurs do what they do best. Let's make sure that they are empowered and that we're cutting as much red tape, either on a state level or if they need help on a federal level, making sure we have that communication with our local Congress people or our local senators, but also making sure that these folks know on our level here, like here in the city of Dixon or the city of Burns or White Bluff or Hebron, Kingston Springs, and Ashland City and Pleasant View, they need to know that if they need help from their state representative, that they've got someone that can speak the language, someone that's been in the trenches, that they can pick up the phone and they can call and say, hey, we need help on this particular issue. And those calls would come from time to time, and I would often have to reach out to Mary Littleton and say, hey, I'm kind of up against the wall on this one, and I've got, a local business that needs some assistance. Not that I'm trying to pass the buck, but can you lean in on this situation and let's see what help we can get on the state level. And she always was there, top notch. Cannot complain about that at all. She served us well during my time as mayor for sure. And so there's a balance, to say the least. But again, as a free market capitalist, I'm going to tell you, government needs to stay out of the way of business and let businesses be businesses. Let's don't over-regulate these folks.
Thank you, Mr. King. If you'll go back down to Mr. Llewellyn here, I'll ask you this question and we'll close out. Question 9 with Dr. Farmer. Mr. Llewellyn, what role should state government play in supporting small businesses?
Easy answer for me, very minimal, if anything. The role that they should play is get out of the way. Less regulations, stay out of my pockets, stay out of the entrepreneurs' pockets. The one thing that they should do is create an environment where they can succeed. Less regulations, less taxes, and then let people go be entrepreneurs. Here's a crazy idea. Why don't we reach out to those successful businessmen and women, those who've been successful, those who have failed or encountered obstacles, and say, hey, what were your issues? What were your obstacles? What worked? What didn't work? And more importantly, what impediments was state government to you? And what could we do different? It's a novel idea, but how about we just talk with teachers? How about we talk to those in the trenches? Ask them what we can do better. What do we need to change? And government needs to get out of the way and let people be entrepreneurs and run their businesses.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. Dr. Farmer, I'll ask you the same question here. What role should state government play in supporting small businesses?
So I support small businesses every day. I love Boardable 615, and every other Friday I'm at Kiki's trying to do karaoke and sing my heart out. Small businesses are the backbone of Tennessee communities, especially in the rural areas. State government should help remove unnecessary barriers, expand access to capital, and improve workforce training and make it easier for small businesses to compete for state contracts. I would also support the technical assistance for entrepreneurs who may have visions but not the resources or the connections, because starting a business is hard. I saw my husband do it firsthand. I'm not an entrepreneur, not me. So when small businesses do well, they create jobs, sponsor our schools, they also support local events, and they keep money in the community. So supporting small business is also supporting our local families.
Thank you, Dr. Farmer. We'll go back to Mr. Llewellyn here for the final question, number 10 here. We'll go from Mr. Llewellyn to Dr. Farmer, and then Mr. Keenan will close us out for question number 10. This last question is about farmers and the agricultural community. What can Tennessee do to better support farmers and the agricultural communities?
I think this is very similar to our teachers. Our farmers don't feel supported. They're under a lot of pressure, rising costs, development encroaching in their areas, and we're losing a lot of our agricultural land. And they're being painted into and backed into a corner where they don't feel supported. One of the things that we can do at the state level is really encourage and support more agricultural education in our high schools and in our universities. A perfect example, in Cheatham and Dixon High School and school districts, they have great FFA programs. We need to continue to enrich that and push that on our youth so they'll want to take over the family farm or they'll want to get involved. And even at our universities, my beautiful wife works at Tennessee State University, and they have an amazing ag program. I can promise you that a majority of the people in Cheatham and Dixon County don't even know that. It's a top-notch ag program, so we really need to push that. And when our farmers start feeling more supported like our teachers do, then you're going to see that shift, but there's no support there. And again, with development continuing to encroach in their areas, A lot of times it's just easier for them to sell the farm. We need to reach out to them, ask them what they need. Not the big lobbyists, not these mega farmers. We need to have conversations with our small farmers in Cheatham and Dixon County and ask them, what do you need? What do you need to feel supported? Again, I said it earlier, some things aren't that simple, but this one is. Ask the people who it affects every day, and then listen.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. If you'll pass that microphone to Dr. Farmer, I'll ask you the same question here. What can Tennessee do to better support farmers and our agricultural communities?
So I graduated from Tennessee State University with my degree in agriculture because I have a small farm in Christiana, Tennessee. So this question is near and dear to my heart. I'm also a part of the Tennessee Farm Bureau Federation. I'm a young farmer and rancher. I'm almost aging out. And I was just talking about this last week. We are facing high costs, land loss, unpredictable weather, and just market pressure. Agriculture is not just a part of our history as Tennessee. This is a major part of our economy. At the state level, I want to support farmland preservation, rural infrastructure, broadband access, local food supply chains, and programs that help family farms stay in business. We are about 15 years away before my farm can get our century designation, and I'm gonna make sure I'm doing everything to keep it, even though that wasn't my wheelhouse. And I remember, quick little tidbit, but I remember riding around Ashland City with Ronnie Barron, because I was an intern at the Cheatham County Extension Office. If you ever need any help, I'm really good with putting pesticide tags on cattle. But Ronnie said something that stuck with me. He said, you're going to have to continue to work hard for your family farm, or it won't be there in a few years. And that was really important to me. We need to protect the people who feed us, who support our rural economy, and who keeps Tennessee agricultural identity strong, because it's in a rainbow.
Thank you, Dr. Farmer. And Mr. Keenan, I'm gonna ask you the same question. We'll close out question number 10 here. What can Tennessee do to better support farmers and our agricultural communities?
Absolutely. So I'm going to tell you that in my heart, I truly believe it starts with the youth. Right now, we need to make sure that we are empowering our youth through our FFA programs, through our 4-H programs, to make sure that they feel like they have the support and the education that they need to be able to take over the family farms. But nobody wants to take over a family farm if it's not profitable. If it makes more money to sell the land than it does to keep it and keep it a farm, that's not rocket science. So anything that the state of Tennessee can do, whether it's reducing red tape, whether it's reducing regulation, whether if it's making it where farmers have more access to the grants and the programs that are available. I know specifically we have grants available that will allow for farmers to either buy new equipment, or they can upgrade their infrastructure, or they can add on to their facilities, they can put in new grain silos. Like, those programs are out there, but the red tape to try and get through some of those, Justin, it's pretty thick. And so as a state legislator, if I've got an opportunity to lead the charge to go in and start reducing that red tape, to make it easier for farmers to have access to those dollars so that they can be profitable and they can be successful, so that it's enticing for their kids to want to take those over and continue that family legacy, then great, let's do it. Let's absolutely do it.
Thank you, Mr. King. If you'll pass that down to Mr. Llewellyn, that will sort of conclude the question portion. I want to thank the candidates for providing us with all of their answers to all 10 of those questions. We'll now move to the closing statements. Each candidate will have 2 minutes for a closing statement, and we will reverse the order of the opening statements. So actually, I think Dr. Farmer will start, and then we'll go to Mr. Llewellyn, and we'll close out with Mr. Keenan. Dr. Farmer, you have 2 minutes for a closing statement.
Awesome. So thank you to our organizers, our lovely moderator, the candidates, and everyone who came out tonight. I'm asking for the opportunity to serve as your next state representative because I believe District 78 deserves leadership that is present, prepared, and people-centered. I'm an educator, a school leader. My work has required me to solve problems, as I stated before. I'm making decisions that impact people's lives every day. I know what it means to listen, to be accountable, and to lead with both compassion and common sense. This race is not about political talking points for me. It's about real life. State decisions show up in our classroom, our roads, hospitals, farms, small businesses, and in the budgets of working families. Tennessee is growing, but growth must be responsible. Our rural communities should not be overlooked. Our public schools should not be weakened. Our farmers and small business should not be left behind. And taxpayer dollars should not be spent without transparency and results. I may be a Democrat, but I'm running to represent the people, not a party. I will work with anyone when it benefits the district, and I will always be honest where I stand. Most importantly, I want to encourage everyone to stay civically engaged. Our communities are strongest when people are informed, involved, and willing to use their voice. So please make a plan to get out and exercise your right to vote. I humbly ask for your vote and opportunity to serve for District 78 with integrity, accountability, and purpose. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Dr. Farmer. We'll go to Mr. Llewellyn next. Mr. Llewellyn, you'll now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
All right, thank you, Justin. Again, thank you to the candidates. Thank you for everyone being here. It's pretty simple with me. What you see is what you get. I'm a straight shooter. I'm honest. I'm a firm believer in transparency. And with my extensive background in law enforcement and investigations, I'm proud to say my son wears the badge for Metro Nashville. I wore the badge of my father, and I bring that up as I'm an unapologetic supporter of law enforcement and our first responders. Always will and always have been. On the flip side of that, I also hold them to a higher standard. There's bad apples in the bunch, and if there is one, I hold them to a higher standard than anyone else. But I am an unapologetic supporter of law enforcement, and I'm proud to say that. Something else I'd like to bring you, when I mentioned earlier about my personality, again, I'm not looking for a confrontation. But there are, like I said before, there are times where it's necessary. And I'm not afraid to what most people feel is an uncomfortable or difficult conversation. That's what I've done for the past 20 years, is have difficult conversations, whether it be when I was working the street as a deputy sheriff or investigating Medicare, Medicaid fraud. I'm the guy that people call when they've got a problem, and I have to solve it. So again, what most people perceive as a difficult conversation is a daily occurrence for me over the past 20 years. Something else that I'd like to say that's extremely important outside of transparency, and as Dr. Farmer, be engaged, as she mentioned, be engaged and know who you're voting for. Mr. Keenan and I both up here have an extensive voting record, 8 years on the school board for mayor, and then he has a voting record as mayor. Do your research. Don't take my word for it. Don't take Mr. Keenan's word for it. It's amazing what you can find in a 10-minute Google search. So do your research, be engaged, and it's my hope between now and early voting, which is July 17th, I have the opportunity to earn your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. And we'll pass it down there to Mr. Keenan. And Mr. Keenan, you will have now 2 minutes for your closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you to the candidates. Thank you to Dixon County Times. Thank you to the Kingston Springs Gazette for putting this on. And thank you for you guys braving the weather and coming out tonight. We really do appreciate that. You know, guys, to me, it's all about having a servant's heart. And I'm not just saying that, but it truly is having a servant's heart. You don't do this job because you're trying to get rich. $28,000 a year is barely enough to cover the cell phone bill and the gas back and forth to the Capitol. You do it because you love your community and you want to serve. For me, my wife and I had this conversation the other day. She said, "Why are you running?" And I said, "Well, you know, I want to make sure our education is protected and I want to be able to back the blue." And she's like, "No, why are you running?" And I kind of went through those again. I was like, you know, I want to stand strong for infrastructure and I want to make sure that we're ready. She said, "Why are you running?" I'm running because I love this community. I've got a track record that is all over social media. If you want to know what kind of leader I'm going to be, I've got 8 years of Facebook videos, and as boring as they are, you're welcome to go back and see just exactly what kind of communicator I am, how I work with people. Anytime we had a problem, I never asked first, "Well, are you a Republican or Democrat? I need to know that before I help you." No, you're elected to serve your community. You're elected to serve the people. And guys, there were times that I voted for things that in my conscience, I wasn't overly excited about it. But you know what? It was because it was the will of the people. And that's what I was elected to serve. And that's who I was elected to represent. And if I'm blessed to have this opportunity, and I humbly ask for your vote, I will serve with a servant's heart. I will lead with humility, and I'll be an absolutely amazing state representative for this district and here in 78. I pray God continues to bless us to live in this free country. Let's not take advantage of that, or let's take advantage of that, excuse me, and let's not forget the fact that people died to give us this opportunity to vote. Please get out and vote. I ask for a vote for Perry Keenan.
Thank you. That concludes tonight's candidate forum. I appreciate all three of you being here tonight. On behalf of the Kingston Springs Gazette and Dixon County Times, we would like to thank all of the candidates for participating and all of you for attending. You know, Kate and I are independent journalists. The Kingston Springs Gazette and Dixon County Times are not owned by bigwigs in Nashville or Washington, D.C. They're owned by us. We are actual local news. And we appreciate you being here tonight because it actually supports our small businesses. And so we thank you very much for that. We want to thank everyone who submitted questions and helped make this event possible. Remember, voting is one of the most important responsibilities of citizenship. And we encourage everyone to learn all they can about all of the candidates running and participate in this upcoming election. Thank you all. Have a safe night and a good evening.
some of the things we do. One of I think the most interesting thing, and that we're going to have here in just a few months, is the Vietnam Veteran Traveling Wall. And it's going to be here in our parking lot, and it's going to be here from June the 25th through the 29th. We're going to have our opening ceremonies on the 26th at noon. So if you want to come join us for that, that would be truly awesome. On July the 4th, we're having our festival here. It's going to be an all-day thing. We're going to have bands, vendors, and then top it off with fireworks that night. So, and we usually do the fireworks at night, but this time we're doing an all-day kind of festival thing. So if y'all want to come to that, hey, we'd love to have you. Just kind of the stuff that's going on during the week. Monday nights, if you're interested, we do bingo on Monday nights. We have a really big crowd here on Monday nights. So if you're interested in that, it's a fun time, family time, and we have a really good time. On Wednesday nights, we do trivia night. That's growing in popularity. So if you're interested in that, and then we got our karaoke on Friday nights, and we usually have a band on Saturday night. Now, if you're interested in line dancing or actually learning line dancing, on Thursday nights, we have free line dancing lessons here. And then it'll be followed up with a band, and you can practice all your moves. So that's just a little bit going on. I appreciate y'all coming. We love supporting the community. We try to do as many things as we can for the community here. And just thank you for coming. Thank you for everything that you do, all the food that you buy. All goes to veteran and veteran services, and we just really appreciate that. Thank you.
I want to thank everybody for being here. As most of you know, this is our first major local primary, and I'm absolutely thrilled that we have 21 Republicans running as Republicans. Hopefully in the future years, that number is only going to increase. As Jeff said, there's a lot going on at the VFW, July 7th. If you want to put that in your calendar, we're going to be having our next candidate forum, and we're going to have John Llewellyn, who's running for House Seat 78, and Perry Keenan, who is also running for, in the back, House Seat 78. We've also, invited other candidates as well, and hopefully we will be able to announce that some others will be joining us on July 7th. We're going to have the same format. Doors will open at 5. You'll be able to come in and have dinner, do some meet and greeting, and then we'll start the event at 6:15. If you are an elected official who is here with us tonight, would you please stand? I want to thank you for what you're doing here in Dixon County and in Tennessee. We truly appreciate the time that you have invested in our county. As most of you who have attended any of your meetings know, I absolutely hate public speaking. So I have invited our state chairperson, Scott Golden, to be our moderator, our MC this evening. So I'm going to turn it over to him at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Mary. Let's give her a great big round of applause. Wow. On the eve of a very historic day, that everybody will be able to show up and cast a vote tomorrow for the first time in history of Dixon County. They will be able to cast votes for Republicans tomorrow. So that is a big accomplishment. Ms. Mary, thank you and your team for everything that goes into it. First of all, you made the strategic decision, which I hope everybody is aware. She did not give the MC a chair. So that means that we're going to go through this as quickly as humanly possible, or I'm going to pass out. One of the two. So that was a great move on her part to move us through. Just a couple of housekeeping items. I guess these are restrooms over here. However, if you use them, I will ask you how you fix Dixon County, by the way. So the other ones in the back, you will not get questions. So I know that food's going to stay open, Miss Mary, as we move through. Is that correct? If everybody needs to get a drink. I know we have 21 candidates here, or we'll be able to hear from most of them. I'm going to. Okay, this is This is tethered. I didn't know if it was.
You don't need that one. That one's extra. It's just for the.
Well, can we move it around to let people be able to speak from their seat if a candidate wants to? Oh, there it is. Look at you. Miss Mary, would you? If you're running unopposed, we may just have you to introduce yourself, and so we want to, certainly tonight, if we look at among the 21 candidates, we will have 4 races that will be decided in the Republican primary, and we're going to be asking those some in-depth questions, but we certainly want to take the opportunity to get to know all the people that are running. And before I begin, one of the things that I need to do is thank a couple of my bosses that are in the room. Mary Ann Parks, I see her slipping out right there. She serves as your state executive committee member for Senator Kerry Roberts' district. Larry Hillis, thank you, sir, for your 4 years of service. Both of those serve on the board of the Tennessee Republican Party, and as such are my bosses. Steve Albrooks, who is from a different district in Williamson County, but also serves as the Senior Advisor District Director for Congressman Matt Van Epp. So please, I know the Congressman is unfortunately in Washington, D.C., but I'm sure he'd much rather be here with us. But please send our regards and thank him for his service and congratulate him on one of the biggest wins that we've had in Tennessee in a long time last December. So without further ado, I know it's 6:15, we're going to be moving through. We're going to start our introductions of the candidates, and we're going to ask, we're not going to time everybody. We want everybody to use their best judgment, but recognize that we have a big agenda here tonight. We want to be mindful of everybody's time. So the first candidate that we would like to hear from is the candidate for General Sessions Court Clerk, Ms. Leslie Shelton. And Ms. Shelton, thank you. If you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, more importantly, if you have an opponent in August, by the way, we're going to talk about the importance of that as well.
Like you said, I'm Leslie Shelton. I'm the General Sessions Court Clerk. I am running unopposed in the primary and the general, and I'm very thankful for that. I was first elected in 2018, so I will be seeking my 3rd term this year. I am running for in the Republican primary because I'm a Republican. Although my job is governed by the state of Tennessee and the laws, I think it's important for the people of Dixon County to know my beliefs and what I stand for.
Hear, hear. Thank you. Well, there's some of our school board candidates. School board candidate District 4, Mr. Philip Chadwick. Philip Chadwick.
He does have an opponent.
So we're going to tell everybody, I know that this is a new process for Dixon County, but obviously the May 5th election, you will cast your ballots and nominate Republicans. The ones that there are independents on the ballot that will appear on the general ballot in the August 6th election. So it is a reminder that now that we're running Republican primaries, you have to vote 3 times in 2026. May 5th, August 6th, and whatever November is, whenever we get there. So those are the 3 times that we ask you to show up. Mr. Chadwick?
As I said, I'm Philip Chadwick. I'm running for a 2nd time for District 4 School Board. I was a biology chemistry teacher for 39 years. Education has been the only thing I've done. My whole family, my wife, my sons, I'm very interested in doing the things that we need to do for our 7,618 kids that we have in this county. I want to keep doing some of the programs that we've gotten started. I want to still be a part of those to finish up. So appreciate any support that people in my district, which is County Commission 8 and 9. So thank you for the opportunity.
And you have an opponent in August.
I have an opponent in August.
Okay.
And so I'll be hitting the pathways on May the 6th.
Congratulations on the Republican nomination. Our next candidate from District 6 is Aaron Parker. Aaron Parker? Aaron not make it out? No. Okay, great. So as we close out the school board, we do have a contested school board election for School Board District 2, Jerry Baker and Walter Chip Gray. And with this time, Ms. Mary, we would love for them to come up and sit. We're going to ask you about 6.5 hours worth of questions on everything that there has to do. Starting with Mr. Chadwick's, how many kids were in the school system, by the way? 7,000, what was it? 7685. So you got that down. So if anybody asks you, we got 7685. Ms. Perry's been gracious. Her and her team have provided a couple questions, and it's really, these are not gotcha questions. This is just so you guys can, so that we can get familiar. First of all, please kind of do an introduction for yourself. Probably starting with Mr. Baker first on the alphabetical.
All right, thank you, sir. First of all, tonight I would like to say thank you to BFW and thank you to the men and women who have served this nation in the military. I'd like to also go on record to say to Mr. Chip Gray, I know he's a military veteran, so thank you, sir, for your service. I appreciate that. My name is Jerry Baker. I am a Christian, I'm conservative, and I'm a Republican. I raised here in Dickson County, graduated high school here in Dickson County. Married my high school sweetheart. We have been together 29 years. We dated 8 years, 4 years in the high school, 4 years in college. So we've been together 37 years, so I'm glad to have her in my life. With her, she helped me find Christ. I am a gospel preacher. I preach at Brown's Chapel. I'm one of the 3 that preach at Brown's Chapel. So I'm grateful for that. That's where I got involved with children. That's where I grew up in that youth group. Have helped teach that youth group, preach to that group. So I have the opportunity to walk into a church at any time and teach young children, elementary school children, teach junior high children, teach high school, and speak to the whole congregation. So I feel I have the ability to be able to work with the school board, help lead them and guide them in a direction. The school board is doing a great job. Miss Sonia Brogdon, whose seat is me and Mr. Chip are running for, she is stepping down or retiring, not running. I want to tell her thank you for the job she's done, but we are just going to try our best to lead and guide the school board to help in any way that we can. I've served with the City of Burns. I was a councilman for the City of Burns for about 6 years under Mayor Jeff Bishop. I was on the Planning Commission, the Zoning and Appeals Board. I graduated from the 2008 Elected Officials Academy of the State of Tennessee, Level 2. I'm a graduate from the National School of Preaching and Biblical Studies. So those are some of the things that I could bring to the school board. I just hope for the opportunity to serve you guys and let you know that I'll do everything that I can to help lead and guide the students of Dickson County. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gray.
Good evening. I'm Walter Chip Gray. Just call me Chip. That's how I usually answer. I was born in Indiana originally. Went to school in South Georgia on a baseball scholarship at Georgia Southern. I also married my high school sweetheart, and we've been together 53 years. And I have 3 wonderful daughters, very successful, live and work in Tennessee here. Two are local. My main reason for running for District 2 is I'm a former teacher by training. I did teach a few years, but then I went into the Marine Corps and they made me a pilot. So I was a U.S. Marine officer and pilot for, 12 years. Then I did teach some school in Florida primarily. Up here, since I moved up here in 2005, I transferred up. I was flying Life Flight with Vanderbilt Life Flight. And I've flown Life Flight helicopters for 42 years around the country, the last 12 being training. I've always been involved in training. Even as a Marine, I was a flight instructor for gunship aircraft. Also, the primary reason I taught school, my father was a teacher and a coach. That's what I thought I wanted to do. But when I got into the pay, I decided to do something else. And as we know, teachers are underpaid, and that's one of my critical points I want to improve here in Dickson County. Jerry here is a wonderful man too. So if you don't like me, elect Jerry. We're the only ones on the ballot. We've had a good sparring, and but I actually like him, he likes me, I think. So we're not unhappy either way, and I think he'll do a good job, and I know I'll do a good job. Like I say, my background is in a lot of things. I've done budgets, I've done mainly in the service, I've done, like I say, a lot of substitute teaching here in Dixon County. I've done for 5 or 6, 7, 8, 10 years maybe, I don't know. I drive a school bus, so I see that side. I do that all the part-time. I am officially retired from flying, so I can spend a lot of time doing this job. And it was suggested by my daughters that I do it because they thought I could be helpful to the community. So that's why I'm running. All right, thanks.
Thank you. That's great. Yeah, I was just noticing that there is no independent for this race. So this one, whoever wins this on May 5th will be the first Republican school board member from District 2 in the history of Dixon County. So there's not a whole lot riding on it. So if there are people out there, we need to make sure that it could, would y'all tell me District 2 is which area? Those of us that don't live in Dixon,
That's a county district 6 and 11. That's a kind of your Colesburg area, your ABF, Spencer Mill area. So, okay. And I would like to say, with Mr. Chip, me and him have been very cordial. I like Mr. Chip, and regardless, we know the Republican Party wins, and we also know that the children of Dixon will win with whoever is elected. So again, thank you to Mr. Chip for his kind comments. And Mr. Chip is a good man. If I wasn't running myself, I'd vote Mr. Chip.
You get a rebuttal, but he says you're great, so you agree. Yes, he's great. Let me ask you a question though. What do you believe is the greatest issue facing the Dixon County school system, and what can you do about it from the school, or what can you do as a school board member to help solve it? Mr. Gray, if you want to go first.
Well, I got 3 or 4 issues, but if you just need one thing I've seen as a substitute teacher and a bus driver is the discipline in our schools, and I think that's why we're losing students. We lost up to 700 students last year, and I think the discipline is lacking, and it's not consistent. Each school is a little different. As a bus driver or as a substitute, if a child does or a student does something incorrectly, or at this school they're punished this way, at this school they're punished this way, but for the same thing. Incidents, I've got an incident, well, probably the worst incident I had was substituting, I won't tell you which middle school, but I was substituting middle school class, second period, just getting ready to call the roll. They're just sitting down. A student jumps up, points at the kid and said, "He's got a gun." All right? I go to Marine action then. I go right at him, I throw his backpack, and then I tell him to go to the corner, you go to that corner, and have somebody hit the emergency thing. They show up, they take both students out, the one who said it and one. Now the student did not have a gun, I didn't suspect it. It was obviously a bad thought of prank. But what was done to the student that said that? To me, that's like saying fire in a theater. Well, later on at lunchtime, I see this student sitting down and eating lunch with his friends. They didn't do anything to him. And I said right there, I said, that's not right, So that's just an incident. But I think discipline, I think it'd be done better. I think it'd be consistent. I think teachers shouldn't have to discipline. It should go to the administration. They should be taken out of class because what's happening is when you get these disturbances, you're wasting 5, 10 minutes of class time. Well, you do that every day. Now all of a sudden you miss an hour for that week, an hour for next week, and that's why one reason we're falling behind our education, just time management. And that's about it.
Same question. What's the greatest issues facing Dixon County schools?
There's 2 groups of people that spend most time with our students. That's our bus drivers and our teachers. The retention of those two people, those 2 groups is the main issue. We're losing bus drivers. Mr. Gray is doing a great job as a substitute driver. He could go drive almost every day. So our school bus drivers, we need to be able to hold them and keep them. We're almost incentivizing them to go ahead and retire. And then we go to our teachers. I have had the opportunity over the last couple of weeks, since I've decided to run for school board, to meet and talk with teachers. I know of a teacher, I won't say any names, but born and raised here in Dixon, educated here in Dixon, got her degree for teaching, spent over 20 years in the Dixon County school system, can see retirement, can see 30 years of service, and she left to something that Mr. Gray said when he starts talking about being a teacher. It's the pay. So over 20 years of experience, walks out the door, goes to a neighboring county, and is almost making $1,000 per year of experience more than she was making in Dixon. That's unacceptable. I do not want Dixon to be a stepping stone. I want teachers to want to come to Dixon. I don't want Dixon to be just a part of the journey. I want Dixon to be the destination for our teachers.
All right, thank you. We're gonna, one quick follow-up question, I'm gonna let you guys go, but it's kind of in two parts. One of the reasons why we made partisan school boards is in response to what the Biden administration did in 2021 when they attacked teachers and tried to instill a woke agenda. So we wanted Republican school board members to be able to pass to fight back against that. So the final question is what are you planning to do to keep some of the woke stuff out of the school agendas, and how do you plan to engage with the parents and the community leaders as you serve on the school board? So that's one question, one big question.
Sure, one of my favorite topics is what you're just talking about here. Right now, as a parent, grandparent, you want to visit your child for lunch. If you notice you can't do that anymore, the schools are shut down, secured too much, if you ask me. No one wants a child hurt or harmed. We do want secure schools. But boy, I can tell you when I taught, if a parent came in and wanted to stay, view my class, I loved it. Come on in. Because there's nothing better than having another adult in the classroom for behavior, for everything. The kids will behave better, all right? We have no access to the schools. We do not know. Now, I don't think it's a big problem here in Dixon County. That's one reason I live here. But there could be a teacher teaching anything in that classroom because nobody is monitoring that classroom. No parent can get in there. No grandparent can get in there. One of my things on the agenda, and we know the state has mandated we lock the schools, and I'm all for that. But we need to vet people and allow people that want to go in. I know other teachers themselves would love to have it. Also, if we can't do that, we need some sort of way to monitor these classrooms. Cameras in the classroom. We got, maybe just a special code so just parents could view it or something. Someone should be able to monitor teachers, and good teachers will not have a problem with this at all. In fact, they'll welcome it. And it might, and the ones that are weaker would probably straighten up and be a little better teacher, I think. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The woke agenda, it does not need to be in Dixon County. And one of the reasons I'm running is I was asked to run because I am a Christian. I am conservative. I am a Republican. I was asked to run as an independent. Someone suggested that you run as an independent. That way you make it to the August 3rd election. I'm not going to do that. I'm a Republican, and I made sure they knew that I'm a Republican. We do not need a woke agenda. What would I do? We take everything to the top. We're the school board. We sit and talk with our director of schools. We work together. I'm a vote of 1 of 6. We work together to do the best that we can to keep that out of our school systems. Dixon County, we have a good hometown feel of all the schools throughout the county. We work together. We work with Van Leer, Sladen, Burns, Charlotte. We all come together, White Bluff, and we talk to the teachers and we let them understand that the woke agenda is not going to be in Dixon County. We make sure we stick to instructions and stuff at hand. We make sure that English and math and everything, history is being taught. Anything that steps over that boundary, like something that Mr. Chip said earlier, there needs to be action taken, and there needs to be immediate, but it also needs to be consistent as well.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for running. Congratulations, Mr. Jerry Baker and Mr. Chip Gray. Please give them a tremendous round of applause. We're good. Thank you. Now we're going to hear from County Commissioner, District 1, Mr. Randy Simpkins. Randy's not here? Does Randy have an opponent in August? Do we know?
No.
Okay.
No, he does not.
That does not? Right. So congratulations to Mr. Randy Simpkins. County Commission District Number 3, Mr. Dennis O'Shea. All right, Dennis.
How you guys doing? I'll keep this short because I am running unopposed as your Republican candidate for District 3 in the primary. I will have an opponent in the general. Anyhow, I am a retired fire captain, retired Navy chief, now farmer and family business owner here in Dixon County. My wife Paige and I have been together 39 years. We bought an old farm several years ago that was in disarray because the old folks that were living there couldn't take care of it anymore. And then since then we've been cleaning it up and redoing it and fixing up the house, and we're now doing a regenerative type farm, trying to bring healthier food choices to the folks in Dixon County. Why am I running? Well, I'm not a politician. I never aspired to be a politician, but I've always been a public servant. For 30 years in the fire department, I served my local community at a county level, and as a Navy chief, I served the United States for 30 years at a federal level. I'm a proven leader. I have run very large budgets, both at a county level and federal level, and very large programs. I want to serve this community because this is the community that I'm in. This is the community that I'm building a family farm in, that hopefully my grandchildren's children will live here. And this is where I'm going to be an old guy and finish it out. So I want to be a part of this community. Sheriff Eads and other local politicians, Jody Barrett, Justin Spurlock here. I've talked to these guys multiple times over the last few years, asking them, what can I do? What can I do? And they said, well, there's a lot of things you can do, but you can, aside from, I don't know, picking up a rifle and starting a revolution at the federal level, I can run for office. My grandfather told me once, you can't complain if you're not doing something, right? And a lot of my neighbors are complaining an awful lot in my district because they don't like a lot of the things that are going on right now. Me personally, I'm not very happy with a lot of the development that seems to be sneaking in there. And I live pretty far out. I live out in an area about 25 minutes from town. We have, like I said, a 55-acre farm called Twisted Mule Farms, and it's off of Yellow Creek, Thompson, West Dry Hollow Road. So we're out past, like 2 to 3 miles out past where Skeeters used to be. And since we've been there, I think if you drew a circle around my house, maybe 4 miles, there might have been 150 homes, and now there's at least 400. There's a development actually that just went in right up around the corner from our house. 36 homes. They took old farms, split it up, and put 36 homes in there. And the traffic is getting pretty noticeable. Anyway, that's one of the reasons I'm running. I don't want to complain, and I want to be able to get in there and be one of 12 votes and hopefully sway my compadres to keep the country. I'm not delusional. I understand that development is happening, and I understand that you can develop smartly, but I did come from a rural farm community that over a 30-year period of time, due to improperly planned development, is completely unrecognizable at this time, and I see that happening here. And I love it here because of the small town feel, but if things continue in the direction that they're going, I fear that 10 years from now, you won't recognize your homes, and you won't be able to go to Old Town Dixon for dinner and run into 5 or 6 people you'll know, because they won't be here anymore. So that's why I'm running. I want to serve the community at a level that I can be effective. And if you live in District 3 and you don't know me or you haven't seen me or I haven't knocked on your door yet, I guarantee you will by the beginning of August. And if I am lucky enough to fill that seat, I will definitely not let you down, and I will hold loyalties to those who put me there. Again, my name is Dennis O'Shea, District 3.
Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate it. Thank you for running. Our next candidate is for County Commission, District 4, Mr. Joey Wink.
Good evening, everybody. As you said, my name is Joey Wink, running for County Commission, District 4. It is also a rural area on the northeast side of the county. It is a vacant seat at the moment as the current commissioner is running in the mayor race. I do have two candidates who are running against me in August for the May ballot. I am unopposed. A little background about myself: born and raised in Dixon. My dad served in the military for 20 plus years. My mom retired from the county nursing home. So my whole life I was either on base with my dad or volunteering at the nursing home. So public service is all I've ever known. As a young adult, I volunteered at the local fire department, then I moved on to serve Dixon County between the city and the sheriff's office for almost 10 years in law enforcement. So that public service has just continued throughout my entire life. My wife is a school teacher, and now I'm running a business, Volunteer Pools. I'm the general manager there, so I've got a little understanding on monitoring a smaller budget than what the county is, but I think between my public service desire and teaching my kids how important it is to get involved in the community and don't just sit there and complain about stuff, but step up and be that voice and try to help make that difference, or try to keep things as conservative as we can in this district. So again, I'm running for District 4 County Commissioner, and if you live in that district, I would appreciate your vote.
Thank you, Joey. Our next county commissioner is District 5, Mr. James Cotton Dawson. Not here. All right. So we're going to circle back to District 2 County Commission. We're going to have both of them come up in the Republican primary, Miss Valerie Littleton and Kenny McAlexander. If you guys want to slip into the hot seat, we'll call it. It's only hot because these lights are beaming, by the way. Theoretically, it makes us look better. But we'll start with ladies. You want to introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about yourself, Miss Littleton.
Yes, sir. Hi, I'm Valerie Littleton, and I am a lifelong resident of Dixon County. Married to Carl Littleton back there. Been married to him for 36 years. And it's funny because a while ago, whenever Jerry and Chip were up here and they both married their high school sweethearts, I was thinking, well, yeah, when Carl was in high school, I was 8. So we did not meet in high school. So it was well after that. But we have 3 children who were born and raised here in Dixon County as well, who still live here. Jake, who works at Joel's Body Shop, he is a parks manager there and does estimates. My son Luke and his wife Kaylee are expecting their first baby in July. I'm about to be a grandparent. Yay. And my daughter Olivia works here at the hospital. She is a certified occupational therapist. And I am a lifelong educator. I've taught in Dixon County for 32 years, 1 year in Houston County, so a total of 33 years. And I've been at Dixon County High School now this is my 27th year, but I don't actually work for Dixon County Schools anymore. I know that I'm a little bit confusing here. I am retired from Dixon County Schools. I took a job with Jobs for American Graduates, and so I teach 3 of those JAG classes in the afternoon at Dixon County High School, preparing kids with the soft skills they need to be successful in the workplace. That's what I do now. For 20 years, I taught the youth leadership class here in Dixon County, and prepared kids to take on future business roles, future governmental roles. We worked through budgets, the county budget, the state budget. Had David Shepard come to my class one time, right after he was elected. I know he's a Democrat, but anyway, he came to my class and he was not prepared for what my kids had for him. He had not worked through the state budget like my students had. And they had very serious questions that they wanted to ask him. And he came back for years after that. He was always much better prepared. My students were always digging deep into the Dixon County budget. For years, we worked on that. Let's see, I guess that's about all. I want to be county commissioner because I grew up in the shadow of the courthouse, and Janie Thomas was my 8th grade history teacher. I always thought the courthouse was beautiful. She taught me what you did inside the courthouse, and I've wanted to be a part of that ever since. And so when I became semi-retired, I thought now is the right time. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Littleton. Mr. McAllister, what about yourself?
I'm Kenny McAllister, and I'm a lifelong resident also of Dixon County. I've been here 50-something years. I've got 4 kids and 5 grandkids, one in Knoxville, one in Murfreesboro, one here in Dixon County that actually has 2 grandkids here with him. I have one son that's in the military. He's stationed over in Wiesbaden, Germany. Hope to have him back in June to the States. But I am a lifelong resident of Dixon County. I have a career of where let me back up. So I started out living in White Bluff as a boy, moved on to Charlotte as a teenager, moved over to Dixon and Burns as an adult. Once I moved over into Dixon as an adult, I got the opportunity to coach youth in sports. So I've coached a lot of kids in sports throughout my career. Able to run my own business. With being able to do that, I was able to own my own business, run that, eliminated that after about 15 years, and I went off into law enforcement, decided that was a career path for me. Better insurance, better benefits. Like one of the other school teachers was saying, I did leave Dixon County and went over to Fairview for the better benefits and better insurance at the time. And I can get off on that a little later of some of the ideas that I have. But I live over on 48 South. I raise cattle for a living, and I still am active with the Fairview Police Department. I'm a captain there where I'm over the Criminal Investigation Division. I've recently graduated from the FBI Lead a Triology class on leadership. That's a 3-week course that prepares you for the leadership of upper administration. I currently serve as that with the Fairview Police Department this time. And that's a little bit about me.
Well, while you got the microphone, let me ask you this question. What's the greatest issue that you think Dixon County is facing from a county perspective?
From a county perspective, honestly, I've talked to someone about this earlier because I had this question asked to me whenever I decided to run. He's actually in this room. I ain't going to throw his name out there. But I work over in Williamson County, and a lot of teachers, a lot of police officers leave this county to go to other jurisdictions, just like the other school representative was saying. I see that. I brought that to attention to one of the head of the departments here, how I'd like to try to figure out a way to be able to change that because I live in this county, my kids live in this county. I want better for this county. I want the county to be able to keep police officers and school teachers in this county that actually leave here and go over to Williamson County. I work over there. I see it over there. It'll work here. We just got to figure out what it takes to be able to make it work. Our county, we got some really good county officers, and I'm going to use the officers in general right here. We've got really good county officers in this county right here that works for the sheriff's department. They leave here a lot of times because of not so much a pay, but because of benefits. And I can tell you, just from my perspective, I pay $130-something in family coverage insurance. They pay almost $800, and we use the same insurance company. Don't make sense to me. There's got to be a way to figure out a happy medium to where we can keep them officers and keep them school teachers here instead of going to other places to go to work like Williamson County. Even though we may not be able to make the money or have the money and income that they've got, there's bound to be a way to be able to fix that where we can't keep them here.
Thank you. Ms. Littleton, same question. What's the
Thank
greatest issue facing Dixon County?
Thank you. As a school teacher, obviously that is an important issue to me. But as I've been across our district and talking to people, the thing that I hear most is in the Tennessee City area. If you don't know, District 2 is at the southwest corner of Dixon County. It is a rural county and a rural part of the county. And what I hear more than anything else from those that I live close to is we are worried about managing growth here in our county. And the thing that they are worried about is the same thing that I think has been mentioned before. I think Jerry said this is or somebody, it was you, the new developments, and that is putting a strain on our infrastructure, our water systems, our roads. How do we manage that growth? I think that we need to be proactive in the sense of managing that growth. We need to think in terms of our infrastructure driving our development, and sometimes I think it's been the opposite. And so for the people that live in our district, from what I've heard, it's more been managing the growth of our county.
Thank you. That was actually the next question. So you hit it perfectly, by the way.
Thank you.
I guess, and this is, again, there was a whole series of growth questions.
Sure.
One of them was,
Sure.
of course, residential houses being bought up and having people kind of come into the community. I know if you have any feelings on that.
You know, it's a balance. And trying to find that correct balance, I think, is the issue that the county commission is going to be facing for years to come, is how do you balance that growth? Because that growth is good because it's going to keep, our tax rate is going to be lower. If the more growth we have, the more our land values are going to go up. The more the value goes up, the tax rate is going to stay lower, okay? So how do you balance that is the question, and maintain that rural feel that we have? And I think that's going to be the struggle through the years, as we continue to grow. How do you maintain that balance? How do you maintain that rural feel with growth, which is going to ultimately, keep our tax rate low and, keep us thriving economically?
Ms. McAllister, kind of same question. That seems to be the issue, the growth and the taxes and all that stuff, infrastructure that goes along with it. I'll give you the final word.
Okay. She's pretty much hit it on the nail. When you talk about the growth, I feel like I'm an agricultural person. I think we got to have agriculture. Dixon County is big in agricultural, and I think we both agree on that. We both come from that kind of area. I do believe there's a happy medium on it. Maybe talk to developers and encourage them into looking at places that are not agricultural use. Maybe look for areas that are not in use at this time to be able to grow instead. Make sure that it's functionable with the water authority, electric, and all that before we ever approve something like that to go down that road. But I do believe the growth has got to happen. I want my kids to live here. I want my grandkids to live here. With that being said, that's automatic growth. However you want to word it, that's called growth. Be able to maintain it and find a happy medium. That's something that you just got to work out and try to figure out ways to be able to solve that.
For those of us that don't know, District 2, kind of give me the areas that County Commission District 2 covers.
If you take Cowan Road out of Dixon and you go all the way to close to the county line, 48 all the way to the county, 48 south all the way to the county line, and just do southwest corner all the way over to Highway 70. If you follow outer Dixon County line to Hickman and Humphreys County, and then come into the city limits, that's where you're going to grab pretty much all of District 2.
So those of you that have family and friends, that's where you need. And if those of you that are here that want to talk to the candidates, I suspect they're going to be here. Ms. Littleton, Mr. McAllister, thank you so much for doing this. They will have an independent in the fall or in the August election. So after the May primary, make sure you stay engaged. Thank y'all for doing it. I will say, as an aside, Mr. Albrook knows my feelings on this, that I live on I-40 as I travel back and forth across the state. Dixon has the only Taco Bell, Dunkin' Donuts, Subway, and liquor store combo in the entire state of Tennessee. I actually live there sometimes, so that's got everything I need. So that's one of the areas of growth that I think other counties can marvel after Dixon. I'd like to hear from a couple other county commissioners. County Commission District 7, Richard Rain? He's not here, okay. County Commissioner District 8, Jody Britt. Mr. Britt?
Evening, I appreciate y'all coming out. I represent District 8. It's kind of a unique district because it's the only district in county that's entirely within the city limits of Dixon. It's also the smallest district land-wise. I have all those apartments represented around Walmart areas. So it's a very dense population in a very small area. I'm the first Republican in my family that I know of. My brother was the second Republican in my family. He's 8 years younger than me. We couldn't talk politics in my house. My mom and dad and all of my aunts and uncles and grandparents were all Democrats. And I got a phone call back about 2016, 15, 16, and my mom said, "Jody Wayne, I need to talk to you." And when she called me Jody Wayne, it usually meant I was going to get a spanking. But I was a little old to get a spanking then, and I thought, man, somebody has passed away. Is Dad okay? She said, "Yeah, your dad's fine. I just called to tell you that me and your dad are going to vote for Donald Trump for president. And so is your Aunt Brenda and Uncle Clyde." And I thought, he just might win. Because if my parents will vote for him, they can't be the only Democrats out there that's going to switch ships. And I'm proud to say now that most of my family now are Republicans. There are still some holdouts, but the majority of them are. I grew up on the very north end of the county, almost as far north as you can get, and still be in Dixon County. If any ever knew Phil Buckner, I grew up not far from him, just up the road from him. He served on the school board here for years, and he was the mayor's co-op here for a long time. Married Shannon Britt. She taught at Dixon Middle School for about 13, 14 years. She taught 7th grade, 8th grade math. Some of those are now old enough to be out here, and she may have taught some of your children. I retired from the City of Dixon Fire Department. I worked there full-time for 33 years as a volunteer for a year and a half there before. So I've served the people in District 8, for that long. Also worked at the Dixon County Ambulance Service part-time. I worked at the Sheriff's Department at the jail for 5 years. I did that. I worked for the EMA Fire Department, and I was a substitute teacher. I say this and you think that I'm joking, but I'm not. For me, it was less stressful working at the jail with the inmates than being a substitute teacher. My personality was not teacher material, and I have so much respect for teachers because they do a job that I couldn't do. I taught at the collegiate level for 8 years, but that's a whole different ballgame teaching at the collegiate level than it is. And when I substitute taught, it was always high school, middle school. And they would do things that would make the hairs stand on the back of my neck. Because there were things that if I would have did it back in the day, you'd probably know if you're old enough what would have happened to me. But we raised About 8 kids here. We've had 5 of our own. We picked up 2 or 3 along the way. They all went to Dixon County schools, and they're spread all over the place now. I decided in 2020 that I was going to run for county commission. I got elected in 2022, and I'll be honest with you, it was easier for me to get elected on the county commission than on the board of directors of DC Way at Butler Park. And it being on that board there, I think, taught me a little bit about leadership, dealing with the public, and those sort of things. It was really good for me to do that. I've enjoyed my time. I'm running unopposed this go around. There's nobody running against me in the general or the primary, and more than likely I won't run again. I've got other things that I plan on doing after this next 4-year term, and I look forward to helping whoever the next mayor is to lead this county in the right direction. I will say, some of you have heard this before. I've owned a bunch of different businesses. I've owned businesses in Davidson County, in Columbia, in Clarksville, and Dixon. I've owned a chain of nurse uniform stores that I was fortunate enough to sell a year before the flood hit Upper Mills Mall. I've owned a first aid safety supply company. I've owned a consulting company where I did OSHA and safety training for industries. But I owned a commercial janitorial supply company. About 25 years ago, I did a lot of business with Dixon County, sold them janitorial supplies. And there were months that they couldn't pay their bill. They literally couldn't pay for toilet paper. And I thought that was strange. Like, what do you mean you can't pay me for the janitorial supplies? And Don Hall just said, we literally don't have the money, we can't pay you. And I would float the note until they could pay me. Now we have about $23 million in reserve fund, and we could buy Charmin if we wanted to. The county is in so much better shape now than it was even 20 years ago. When Bob Ryle took over in I think it was, 16 years ago, this county's come a long ways. And financially, we're in so much better shape than we were before Bob Ryle. That's all I got to say. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Congratulations. Next county commissioner from District 9, Mr. Mike Petty. Who, in full disclosure, is a friend of mine, by the way, so.
Thank you. I'm happy to say I've got no opposition for the next election coming up in the primary or the general election. So I'm looking forward to another 4 years, and I'm anxious to see we've got some new county commissioners coming on. We've got new county mayor, new administration. So this is going to be it's going to be fun. It's going to be challenging, and so and the crowd in the back says I've talked too much. So Scott, thanks for coming down, and Mary, this is a good thing you've got going, and congratulations for doing this.
Mike, thank you. Our next candidate is County Commissioner District 10, John Stridicus. How'd I do? Did I get his name close though? There's a lot of eyes in there. But he's not here. Our next 2 candidates that we're going to ask to come down are for County Commission District 12, Mrs. Cindy Gray and Johnny Reed. Are we? Okay. Miss Cindy, you come up here.
He's not here? Okay.
Well, it's all right. No. You come. You've got to contest elections. You show up, you get to answer questions. I get out of practice if I don't do that. So, Miss, please tell us about yourself.
Okay, I'm Cindy Gray. I'm the current county district commissioner.
You may have put it really, speak way up. Can y'all hear in the back?
No, okay. Sorry. I'm Cindy Gray. I am the current District 12 County Commissioner, running for my 2nd term for re-election. I started. I lost my train of thought because I said and you told me not to say My husband and I moved here in 1992 temporarily when he finished his stint in the Navy, and we ended up raising our family here. And both kids went to Dixon County High School, graduated, had an excellent education, went on and got their 4-year degrees. Very proud of them. Excuse me, Pollen is not my friend right now. I had worked for Western Publishing Company years ago for many, many years, and I was an account executive, thank you, and had different accountings that I serviced. I took a break from work to raise our small children, to be at home with them for a while. Then I got into the long-term care industry for about a decade, and I serviced accounts there and handled customer service and worked with financial advisors. After that, I wanted to be more present for the children when they were still in school. For the last 14 years, I've worked as a legal assistant at Brockman Law Office here in Dixon on Main Street. Everything I've seemed to gear towards has been more customer service related, helping people, trying to figure out what people's needs are, and I really enjoy the service aspect of what County Commission does. I enjoy trying to come to the table with people and trying to work out issues and problems and see if we can find a solution. There are so many challenges going on right now, and I hear a lot about growth, but I'm gonna wait for you to ask me some more questions.
I tell you what, you take a sip of water and I'll package them up. First of all, tell us where District 12 is, for those of us that don't know. And then, yes, ask what do you think? I know you're on the commission, but tell us what you think the next 4 years are gonna look like what issues you're gonna be facing.
District 12 is part of Burns, around Stuart Burns Elementary School area, and you go north to 47 over to White Bluff. You take White Bluff Road down and over towards the Williamson County line, towards the interstate. So I think our biggest issues, I'm hearing it over and over, so I know it's gotta be true, right? Is maintaining our emergency personnel here and be able to maintain and keep our teachers here. That is kind of beyond the bailiwick of a county commissioner. I would love to support ideas that come out of the school board and from the director on how they can make that happen. The same with EMA and our emergency personnel. I would like to know, what we can do to help them maintain their employees, because we need them. They're great. This last ice storm we had, if you had any issue, I personally know of some people that were trapped from the ice storm, lost their power. The mother was on oxygen and they could not get out to get to the YMCA for power and for help. Dixon County Sheriff went out there and personally made it through on their road and got them to the YMCA so that she could have power for her oxygen and then bring them back the next day when power was restored. So we have a great community of emergency personnel, fire, police, and I'm very proud to live in this community with them. The other issue is the growth, and everybody touches on the smart growth, the planned growth, the managed growth. The problem with our future, it is growth, and getting people to want to implement something for that. So if you want to talk about smart growth, planned growth, managed growth, without doing anything, we're just simply saying catchphrases because we're not doing anything. And we have a comprehensive land use plan that was passed unanimously by the County Commission back in 2023. There are many ideas on there how we can keep our county more rural. The problem is trying to get people to come to the table to discuss how to do that, because nobody wants to talk about don't tell me what I can do with my property and don't infringe on my property rights, and you're making it more difficult to build. And so it is very hot topic, even though it's something that we need to talk about. And again, I love coming to the table and trying to work out issues. I would love to see some more progress made on trying to keep our county more rural and keeping that open space.
Well, thank you. There is no independent running, so the result of this election will be there for the next 4 years. So this is a Republican primary, so should you win, you'll be the first Republican to serve in that district. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Cindy Gray. Thank you, Cindy, for doing it. Sitting down. What? Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Cindy, for being here.
Yes.
Okay, we only have about another 2.5 hours to go. So no, I'm kidding. Everybody hang in there. We've got a couple more candidates to introduce, and then we're going to talk to our county mayor candidates. At this time, I do want to introduce the candidate and current judge for Circuit Court District 23, Mr. Josh Turnbull. Running unopposed. Okay.
Yes, I am fortunate enough to be unopposed in the primary as well as the general election, so I will not take up much of your time. I am thankful for this opportunity to come and speak to everyone, though. My name is Josh Turnbow. I grew up in Charlotte. I was there, I think my parents moved there when I was 3 from Nashville, so it's the only place I've ever known. Went to law school. I worked in the prosecutor's office for about 10 years, worked in the public defender's office for a couple of years, and in 2024, the legislature opened up a new seat for circuit court judge. We have 5 counties that we cover. I'm in Division 4. There are 4 of us. We cover Dixon, Cheatham, Humphreys, Houston, and Stewart counties. So we got a big area that we try to cover, or that we do cover. We have a judge in every county every month, which was one of the goals with getting this new position. But I was appointed to this position in 2024 by the governor, so now running in the next election. All the judges will be up for election in 2030. Just one thing I want to tell you about, since I have this opportunity, I'm very excited. We have, one of the first things I tried to do when I got appointed is get a mental health court going in our county and in our district. And what that means, something I noticed in the prosecutor's office in my time there before I became judge, we were having an issue with folks who had mental health problems, and there just wasn't services to accommodate those. Sheriff Eads and his folks and the sheriffs all across our 5 counties were put in a position they shouldn't be in, trying to figure out how to deal with these folks, and that's just not things that the sheriff ought to be having to do. He's got plenty of other things that his fellows have to do, his fellows and his ladies have to do, but there just wasn't any other services, so it forced the sheriffs and the chiefs to have to deal with this problem. So what we're doing, the state gave us a grant, so there's no local money is being used, state money grant, and what will happen is we will get these folks into court. They'll be supervised by myself and our court coordinator, make sure they're on their meds, make sure they're getting a job if they're able to work, make sure they get stable housing. And the goal of all that is to take the burden off of our law enforcement officers, take the burden off of our court system, get these folks where they need to be, the services they need to be, so they can be productive members of society and be doing good things in society. So I'm excited about that. It's taken me 1.5 years to get to where we are now. We just got approval from the state. Our grant is good to go. We got approval for our policies and our handbook and that kind of thing. We just got that a couple weeks ago. So we are ready to start taking participants, and hopefully we can see some of the progress from that. So I'm excited about that. I want to tell you about that. But I won't take up any more time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you.
Judge, thank you. Thank you for running as a Republican. Our next candidate to speak is Dixon County Sheriff, Mr. Tim Eads. Sheriff.
Good evening, everyone. Appreciate you taking the time out of your day to come out here and get involved in local politics, especially as Republicans. Thank you, Marion, for hosting this. Real quick, for those of you who don't know me, I'm from the north side up in Van Leer. Moved there when I was 5. I served 19 years at the sheriff's office. In 2006, had an opportunity to go to the city of Belle Meade and be the police chief there. And in 2020, when Sheriff Bledsoe retired midterm, I had the opportunity to come and run for an open seat. I was blessed and fortunate in 22 to get reelected. I ran unopposed. I'm running unopposed in the Republican primary and the general elections, which I appreciate that. I have to thank my staff, my administrators. They work very hard. Yes, I lead them. I kind of whisper in the ear and say, here's what the public expects from us. Let's do it. They go do it. I'm very proud of them. In 2023, we became a state accredited agency. That was one of my goals we're the 7th county out of 95 counties, state of Tennessee, to be accredited. Just a couple months ago, the Corrections Division, which is the jail, received state Tier 1 accreditation. What does that mean? We're exceeding the minimum standard. Through programs and release, kind of like the judge. I want to thank the judge for working hard. He didn't have to do that. And sometimes jail is not the right place for somebody who's mentally ill. And if we can get them on their medication, supervised, they're not coming back, they turn into taxpayers sharing the burden with all of you, okay? Instead of being in the jail and me taking them to the hospital every 2 or 3 weeks. So state Tier 1 accreditation means we get about $4 a day more for state inmates. We average about 50 of those a month. That offsets, it doesn't completely pay for it. Makes Don Hall happy. Give Don a shout out. This is the best community in the country, not the state, to serve, and I thank y'all for that. I appreciate your support. Let me thank Jody Britt, call him out. He was part of the Tier 1. I had to form a committee, so those of you running for county commissioner, watch out. I'm looking for you because I may need you, in addition to your regular duties as a county commissioner, you may get asked to serve on a secondary board somewhere for no pay. And so I'm just letting you know. But I do want to thank those. I'm here today because I have a lot of people that helped me get here, and I'm honored and humbled to be able to serve in that capacity. I want to thank my wife and God. Cheryl, raise your hand. That's Miss Sheriff back there. It's a joke. But she even has a hat that says that. She too was involved in the school system, and there was a little kindergarten that couldn't say Miss Cheryl. So that was before we met, and so it must have been fate that she would eventually be the real Miss Sheriff. But anyway, we do have great county government here. We've got a lot of good folks running that's willing to go out on the limb and sometimes tackle things that are controversial, things that can get twisted in the public because you're not having you can't go and get on a mic and get in front of people and have a conversation. So that takes a certain amount of courage and some thick skin at times. And so, I just encourage you, any elected official, not just me, we'll put them on the spot. Any elected official, you got a question about what's going on, give us a call. I mean, some people think I'm crazy to put my cell phone number on my business card. Y'all elected me, even if you're not a Republican. This is my first run as a Republican, right?
Yes, sir.
So I'll be the first.
The first Republican elected since Reconstruction.
Right. So I encourage you, if you've got questions before your hair catches on fire, call either their office, call me, because if we get elected, then we owe it to you to open the books. Because you'll hear a lot of candidates talking about transparency, and it's no big secret, okay? Most things are public record nowadays. Very often, we have a policy. You just fill out a piece of paper and you can get that document. But I would encourage you to be bold. Because somebody's elected official doesn't mean that you can't talk to them and come into their office and express your opinion. And we'll hear you out. And if we can solve your problem, we will. We may have to hammer it out. As long as it's not illegal or immoral, I will be glad to help do it. And I took way too much time up, but thank you all. And again, appreciate you putting in the time, okay? Because a lot of people got lazy in this culture, and so need to get involved in politics and quit whining about it. I can't fix what I don't know. Make sense? And so if you're griping at the water cooler about something with my office you don't like, let's sit down and talk about it. Thank you again. God bless you, and have a good night.
Sheriff, thank you. Congratulations. 4.5 more years. Our final two candidates for the evening. We've saved the biggest one for last. We're going to have both county mayor candidates come up. Ms. Beatty, Ms. Williams. Y'all can pick which side you'd like to be on. It's been interesting to hear the issues that are impacted, and so you guys got big shoes to fill, literally and figuratively, with Bob Rao. I don't think the mayor is here tonight, but again, full disclosure, I've known Mayor Rao for a very long time, and really appreciate his service and all that he's done for Dixon. I knew him when he was before he was elected office, when he worked at the bank, and then he was on the Dixon City Council and then county mayor. I know that he cares about this community. He's done a great job, and I know he's leaving this county in great hands. And I look forward to you guys' leadership after that. If you want to grab the mic, first one, and flip for it. We're going to have a couple questions. So introduce yourself. Tell us all about you.
I guess this thing's on?
Yes, sir.
I want to thank the VFW for having us. My name is Stacy Beatty. I'm running for Dixon County Mayor. I was born and raised here. I was actually born at the old Dixon General Hospital where the new farmers market is now. My mom and dad are Jackie and Nancy Beatty. I have a brother, Trent. I graduated from Dixon County Senior High School in 1985. Went on to UT Martin, where I wanted to teach and coach there. Also played baseball there. I'm married to Kelly Beatty. We have 3 daughters, 2 that are teachers in the school system. And then I have a sophomore at Creekwood. I've been on the county commission for 16 years. I was a commissioner in the 1st district for 6. I've been a commissioner in the 4th district for 10. I served as chairman of the commission for a year in 2003. Currently pro tem for the work session. I own Kirby Road Sawmill with my brother. We've been in business since 1995. One of the reasons I'm running for mayor, I had a lifetime building a business here, raising my family here, and I just want to see that it's headed in the right direction. I'm a true conservative. I'm a God-fearing man. I'm running as a Republican because I am a Republican.
Thank you. Mr. Williams.
Thank you. So I kind of wanted to start off. This is the 4th one that we've done in the last couple of weeks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was thinking today.
Yeah.
This is the 4th one you've done?
No, we did one last night. But so I'm Danny Williams, lifelong resident here. I want to switch my speech up a little bit since we've done it so much. Everybody's probably tired of hearing it, but I've got quite a bit of family here tonight. My dad's here, my wife, my brother, 2 uncles and aunts. So just glad to have the support of my family for this endeavor. So, yeah, I grew up here in Dixon County. I love this county. Went to school here, K through 12. After I got out of high school, I went into the utility field, and after that, after a few years of that, I was hired to go to White Bluff to run the White Bluff Utility District, and so I moved up there, started coaching T-ball, got involved in the community, and as most of you know, a lot of times when you get involved in the community, you start seeing things that, hey, we need some help over here, or you see a different view, and so I got involved and ran for city council because there was some need for the ballparks to be upgraded, and so that's how I got started in politics. And so I ran for city council and got elected, and after 2 years I ran for mayor of White Bluff and was elected, stayed there for 8 years. And one of the things, done a lot of things there that I was proud of. One of them is that we never raised taxes for 8 years, and we had a 20% growth rate. We built the new ball fields, Veterans Park, and so those were a lot of things that were dear to my heart, and the new playground downtown. So those things were very dear, and then so from there, kind of my history, my work history is after working at the water department there, I went to work for an engineering firm in Nashville called Barge Wagner, Sumner and Cannon. I spent 4 years there. That was one of the largest engineering firms in Tennessee at the time, over 500 employees. We worked a lot with other cities and counties, planning, doing a lot of infrastructure projects. So after staying there 4 years, me and my brother started a company called Underground Pipe and Construction. And so we started here in Dixon County in 2001. We've been in business 25 years. We work all over Middle Tennessee building infrastructure, water, sewer, roads. And so I've decided that I want to continue to serve my community. I've been on the county commission for the last 6 years and decided that I would like to do more, and decided to run for county mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Williams? Yeah, thank you. What's the one issue? Are we going to talk growth and smart growth? And
yeah,
I was for unregulated growth at one point in time, so I didn't know where. But yeah, I've heard all about growth. But yeah, tell me, I guess from your perspective, where that is, and how you're going to kind of deal with it.
Yeah, so definitely that's the number one. That's the number one thing we hear is growth, and so. Same thing, kind of like what Ms. Gray said. We talk about smart growth and planned growth, but one of the things that we've got to implement is some of the plans that we have. We have a 20-year growth plan that's going through the process now with all the cities that we'll be finalizing here in the next few months, and it shows where the cities can expand and where the county can grow, and also where the county can't grow, which is in the rural areas. And so one of the things that I fought for since I've been on there is to protect the rural areas, and my history shows that. We've had last year we had 2 incidents where we had industry that wanted to build in the rural area, and so we were told the infrastructure wasn't there to support it, and I voted against it. And so I'm for growth, I'm pro-business, but we've got to make sure that the infrastructure is there if we're going to continue to grow. One of the things that we implemented a few years ago, that we increased the lot size from an acre to an acre half in the agriculture area, and to try to help the rural area, because we want to save the rural area and make sure that we keep the character, of Dixon County. And so my plan is to continue to try to protect those rural areas and force the growth to the cities. The cities have better infrastructure, they have better services, and so that's what I would do.
Ready? Kind of the growth question.
Well, and I'm kind of like Dan, this is our 4th one, and instead of me saying the same thing, you talked about issues and growth being one of them, and instead of repeating, just saying it different than what Danny is, my issue has been our traffic here. Our roads are not where they need to be. Traffic in Dixon is terrible. Even in our small towns, you can go to Charlotte or wherever, but that's something that a county mayor doesn't really have say in, but he can work with the state representatives and work with TDOT, and that's the growth that's coming here, all of this traffic. And we had a bypass, and we need a bypass around the bypass. So we're probably behind right now if we start today. And another issue with our growth is our landfills. Everybody's worried about that filling up, and they just have 10 to 15 years left, and that's an issue we're probably going to have to deal with. Industry, bringing our industry in here with growth. Our industry park is full. If we have another industry that wants to come in here, we don't have any land for it. So that's something we've got to try to accomplish, getting some new industrial park land. So those are all issues that kind of go with growth. And so
I know y'all, let me see if I can add some flavor to your 4th debate. Your 2 favorite restaurants in all of Dixon County. Whoever wants a microphone. 2 favorite restaurants.
I'm gonna hurt some feelings, maybe, but Cindy's and Donna's.
Okay. Cindy's and Donna's. Okay.
I'm probably going to answer for my daughters. We are a little bite of everything in Xander's.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. All right, y'all had that question before? All right, there we go. get back to the serious stuff. Let's talk as Republicans. The only thing we care about is taxes, of course, and making sure that the government doesn't get any more of our money. Talk the county budget issues. Where do you guys see that? Ms. Brady, if you want to grab it. I mean, you're both on the county commission. You both are aware of what's going on. Do you see any imbalances or anything that with the new mayor is going to have to deal with?
Well, unfortunately, we're probably going to step into a good situation because Bob has us in a good financial situation. And, we just got to keep it that way. And, we got issues that are coming up. We've got the new ag building that they're wanting to build. So that's an issue that, we've got to try to figure out. We just have spent $17 million, or we didn't spend it, we've approved it for the schools to work on roofs here in Dixon County. We're fixing to probably approve another $25 million to work on Charlotte Middle. So we've got some things going on. And everything looks good. We just need to keep working on stuff.
Ms. Williams, budget, same question, just any unforeseen. I need to lock y'all both in early, so over the next 4 years we can.
One thing about the budget, Bob, he has us in a really good shape. I know earlier Jody kind of highlighted on it, but to kind of give you a little more information, so our total county budget is $170 million annually, and currently we have about $80 million in debt. We're probably going to borrow somewhere between 20 and 30 million within the next few months for these school projects. So, stepping into that and managing that, I've got the experience of running a town and running budgets and owning and operating the business. So I feel like that I'll be able to step in day one and be ready and make sure that we protect the property owners, make sure that we are good stewards of your tax dollars. And so that's what I continue to do.
Okay, I'll leave you with this one. What's the best kept secret in Dixon County?
Oh man.
Yeah, get welcome. This is a Republican debate. We don't get Chamber ask boring questions. We like to get a little sense of it. You can either answer that one or your favorite Republican president, whichever one you want.
Man, I don't want to give away my secret, so I'm going to say Ronald Reagan. How about that?
Okay. Can't go wrong.
I'm going to say our biggest kept secret is probably Montgomery Bell State Park.
There you go. Yeah, that's great. Montgomery Bell. We tend to visit it quite a bit ourselves over the summer months. Favorite Republican president?
I'll go with Reagan.
Reagan. We got a couple Reagans. Listen, thank y'all both for running. I know this has been a lot. When you're ready to say I'm done, I don't care how the votes goes, that means you've probably done enough. You got a couple more weeks of early voting, starts tomorrow. Bless y'all for running. Thank you for offering yourself. Thank you for being willing to lead this county. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Stacey Beatty and Mr. Danny Williams, congratulate them for running. Now, if we got any other secret candidates out, no, I'm kidding, Miss Mary. It's been an hour and a half. We've gone through 21 candidates. This is obviously an historic evening. And as they were talking, I was thinking about, you got a brand new congressman, you're going to have a brand new state representative, and you're going to have a brand new mayor and some brand new members on the county commission. Obviously, the future is bright for Dixon, and these elections are going to be absolutely important as you're making a decision about which direction this county is going to go over the next 2 decades. So thank you. It's been an hour and a half of absolutely great information. Thanks to all the candidates that have been here. I know that they'll probably stay here for at least the next couple hours before they start putting up yard signs at the early voting location. Thank you guys for coming out. Please talk to the candidates before they go. God bless you. Get out and vote. We got 3 elections this year. Let's start it off in great fashion. Thank you, everyone. Miss Mary, thank you.
Let's give Scott a round of applause here. Thank you. We appreciate him being here. Thank you all for coming. Please encourage everybody to get out and vote in the primary. Well, every Republican to get out and vote in the primary. Have a great night. Thanks for coming. Be safe. Oh, one last thing.
I am Elizabeth Payne. I am the Humphreys County GOP chair, and we are doing an event. It's We've only done an event for the county 3 times, I've been told. And so this will be our 3rd. We're doing a 250th Red, White, and Blue Gala. We're going to hear from John Rose and Monty Fitz. I encourage you, please come out and support this. I am here at every Dixon County GOP meeting because I love, I'm pure Republican all the way down the line since I've been born. And a preacher's daughter, missionary kid, and I want to see God brought back to our nation. Come out, support this event. It's going to be amazing. If you don't know a lot about John Rose or Monty Fitz, I encourage you to come out. You're going to learn a lot. And we're going to have a great event. And we're going to have some patriotic music and bring in the 250th the right way. So please come out, grab a table, grab some friends. We'd love to have you. There's flyers on the back table out there, or you can ask Miss Mary for more information.